Funding provided by Fairway Meat and Grocery is a proud sponsor of the Iowa Girls State Softball Championships. Fairway believes in supporting the places Iowans learn, work, live, and play. Congratulations to all the schools and student athletes in this year's games. By Musco Lighting, the sports lighting specialists, providing lighting systems for you, your project, and your community. Beautiful day in Fort Dodge, Iowa. Art in public places. It can be anywhere, including a silo, and there can also be grace and all sorts of wonderful things that happen on a softball complex at Rogers Sports Complex on the north side of Fort Dodge. It is Championship Friday. We have 3 of them, including Williamsburg and Albia in this Class 3A championship to begin our coverage on the last day of the 2020 season. Hello, everybody. I'm Paul Yeager. That's Laura Leonard. She's over there. I'm over here. We're far enough apart, but we are close enough to the action today, Laura. We have a season that back in April, if you would have told us we were going to be here today, we would have said yes. And to get a bonus weather like this, even better. This softball is going to be pretty good, too.
This is going to be a great matchup to get us started off. Albia with 7 seniors wanting to take home that title. And Williamsburg, I feel like they have a little bit of swagger coming into this title game after they knocked off the defending state champ.
3 times Assumption had been the champion. 3 times no more. Williamsburg got it done here in their 3rd trip to state. Jill Hollab, she holds a whole lot of offensive records for the school. 5 this year, home runs, in a shortened season. In the circle, Laura, it's Peyton Driscoll.
Very impressed with what Driscoll has done in the circle, and very calm and cool and collected for a freshman in a pressure situation.
Lady Albia, the Lady D's from Albia, they are no stranger to the title game. This, or state, as a matter of fact, their 4th straight appearance. Jenna Lawrence, Alex Beard, they've been here for the last 4 years as part of that duo. Lawrence holds all the pitching records. Beard holds all the batting records. A great combo.
Great combo, and what a better way for those players and the other seniors on this team to go out with that state title and that state trophy.
We are lined up. Let's introduce both the starters and non-starters with our public address announcer, Mr. Tim Fitzpatrick.
And softball fans, welcome to Rogers Sports Complex in this Class 3A championship game between the visiting team, the Williamsburg Raiders, and the home team, the Albia Lady D's. Let's meet the non-starters and assistant coaches. First of all, for the visitors from Williamsburg. Number 2, Alexis Martinez. Number 4, Riley Metz. Number 7, Bailey Van Azen. Number 20, Jenna Thurm. Number 22, Jaden Kennebec. Your assistant coaches, Jacob Hullab, Tanner Bloom, Sadie Ritchie, and Mackenzie O'Neill. And now, here's your starters for the Williamsburg Raiders. Leading off and playing second base, number 11, Aubrey Walters. Batting second at shortstop, number 3, Charlie Gagusius. Batting third and doing the catching, number 10, Carly Campbell. Cleanup here for the Raiders at third base, number 21, Jill Hollab. Batting fifth at first base, number 42, Elle Ridgway. Batting sixth and doing the pitching, number 16, Peyton Driscoll. Batting seventh, the designated player, number 27, Megan Lamperick. Batting eighth in left field, number 12, Olivia Stratton. And batting in the ninth position, the right fielder, number 1, Charlotte Wheatchin. Your flex player playing in center field, number 13, Shannon Finn. Head coach for the Williamsburg Raiders, Adam Birdie. And now here are your non-starters and assistant coaches for the home team from Albia. Number 1, Megan Jones. Number 5, Lexi Jones. Number 11, Sydney Hoskins. Number 23, Aaliyah Myers. Number 25, Allie Major. Number 35, Ashley Berry. And number 40, Addie Halstead. Your assistant coaches, Tori Mueller and Jim Cagle. And now, here are your starters. For the Albia Lady D's, leading off and playing second base, number 21, Abby Griffin. Batting second at first base, number 10, McKenna Ross. Batting third and doing the catching, number 13, Alex Beard. Cleanup hitter for the Lady D's and doing the pitching, number 24, Jenna Lawrence. Batting fifth at shortstop, number 14, Lauren Bayer. Batting sixth in center field, number 43, Danica Workman. Batting seventh in right field, number 12, Abby Martin. Batting eighth, the designated player, number 42, McKenna Jones. Batting ninth in left field, number 8, Ellie Spurgeon. And your flex player at third base, number 77, Jade Bullen. Co-head coaches for the Albia Lady D's, Darren Hill, Jenny Dorpinghouse. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the home plate area as I introduce our umpiring crew for this state championship game, as assigned by the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union. At first base, Jeff Osborne. At third base, Shannon Buck McWhirter. And calling the balls and strikes, Travis Cheezick. All right, who's ready for state championship softball?
I know we are ready, and here is who Albia will send out to the field. Spurgeon in left, Danica Workman in center, and Abigail Martin in right. On the infield, Jade Boland, Lauren Bayer, Abby Griffin, and McKenna Ross around the horn. And in the middle, catching will be Alex Beard, and Jenna Lawrence will be throwing to her. Jenna Lawrence, a pitcher who is no stranger to Fort Dodge, Laura.
No, I mean, she's a 5-year starter, has been up here, 4th straight tournament appearance, and she knows what to do when she gets that ball in the circle.
I always like to look at what opponents are batting. A .41 with an ERA under 1, and that's common in a championship game. And you got to find a way to get a hit. You say we get hits all year. Well, this is the lineup that Williamsburg is going to bring in this contest, and it is a team that is 25-4 on the season, and they'll start with Walters, Gagushis, Campbell, Holub, Ridgeway, Driscoll, Lamperic, Stratton, and Weegin. Look in the middle there. Campbell, Holub, Ridgeway is a tough 3-4-5.
That's a tough out. That's the meat of their order, and they need to produce. Taking a look at the keys for Williamsburg, they need to contribute 1 through 9, top to bottom, have everybody locked in when they get into the batter's box, and play with no fear. Just relax, go out and have fun, enjoy this game, enjoy the moment.
You've done the hard part. You've gotten your way to state.
And then for Albia, they need to have efficient pitching. We talked a little bit about that. Hit the spots, be around the plate, make them hit your pitch, and then string hits together. Get that rally going. You get runners on, keep that lineup moving, string the hits together to produce the runs.
Aubrey Walters to lead off for Williamsburg. She's a slapper, first pitch strike at 2:39 p.m. on this July the 31st, 2020.
They've adjusted the infield for the slapper. They bring the second baseman in, and you can see right there in the picture how second base Griffin is just really charging hard. They're trying to cut down all the angles that they can with the slapper up there at the plate.
The 0-2 from Lawrence is off the plate. It'll be 1-2. Those slappers, Laura, it's a big part of softball. We'll see many teams try it today, many batters. It can be really effective when done correctly.
Well, if you handle the bat, you have a good discipline of the plate, understand what you need to do in plate coverage, and that time, Lawrence was just tougher in the circle with a ball that had a lot of movement. See, that ball moves away from Walters as she's trying to run up on it and took a full swing.
Normally you would tell that batter, keep your feet set, but a slapper is the complete opposite. Charlie Gagusha swings and misses at the first offering from Lawrence. And there's a look at the .356 hitter on the season, 20 RBIs. And I mentioned, Laura, stats are going to look a lot different this year.
Ball.
That pitch is out for a ball just because of the shortened 20. Really, Williamsburg has some of the most games of any team here at state with 29 coming into today.
Yeah, they shortened down the season, obviously, and tell you what, I would have to say the majority of the people here, the players, especially and the coaches, are just happy to be playing. Whether it was 10 games or whether it was 30 games, they're happy to be on the field competing for a state title.
Playing in that bright sunshine of this Friday afternoon. The 1-2 from Lawrence is off the plate. He'll leave it up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. These two teams were actually supposed to play at the end of the regular season, but on the 2-2, popped up, drifting back now into shallow left field, making the catch, then going to the ground is Lauren Bayer. Out is recorded, Gagusha's gone.
Well, you can see that Boland is calling it, to kind of trying to direct traffic. Spurgeon coming in, Bayer, they collide, but she hangs on for the second out.
And that was against the wind. The wind is blowing in mostly from straightaway center, so that really did kind of blow that ball just a little bit more to the line. Carly Campbell to bat for Williamsburg. That first pitch is upstairs. These two teams were to play, but both sides said, you know what, let's just not, the abundance of caution. That's the phrase you've heard a lot of. You'll hear us say it today. They just said, let's not do it.
And it was not because there were any positive tests. There was no any inkling that there was any kind of the virus. They just decided, you know what, we just need to keep separate. We could end up meeting at the state tournament, and let's just go ahead and prepare that way, hoping that they would get there, and they were able to get that matchup.
The 1-1 is fouled back into the net. I think they may have thought that this would have been a semifinal matchup. Albia 1, Assumption 2. Assumption did win in the third place game, 4-1. That one is fouled away. Hold it, scratch that on the seeding there. Assumption was the 2 seed, yeah, Albia the 1 seed, and Williamsburg was the 3 seed coming into the tournament.
Well, Lawrence has a really nice off speed, and we just saw it there, getting the hitters out on the front foot. You have to try to make that adjustment, see if you can pick it up coming out of her hand.
Campbell gets enough of it to stay alive. Lawrence gets the sign, winds, and fires. That spinner is knocked foul again, same spot.
Campbell doing a great job of getting that bat out there, covering the plate, covering that outside corner, spoiling that pitch. And early on, Lawrence moving the ball around, showing these hitters a lot of different things.
The 1-2 again, high. Trying to get her to chase, but not on that pitch.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
You can see that Beard and Lawrence worked so well together. And Lawrence just, she shook her off, didn't like the pitch that she called initially, and they worked together. They know what each other want to do, and that is what makes a really good battery, and that's what makes this team so tough.
We'll actually have a couple of cases today, Laura, where the catcher is calling the pitches. We'll see it in North Lynn. We'll see it here. That is not the commonplace now. Coaches like to know what's being thrown.
Well, they let Beard handle that. She understands the game. She knows what each hitter's doing, and I always think good catchers, and especially this combination, they've been working together for so long, they take a look to see where the hitter's standing in the box, maybe where their hands are on the bat, take a quick peek and see, and then make that call.
The 3-2, called third strike. Campbell out, Lawrence 2 Ks on the inning. And Williamsburg's retired in order.
Alex Beard in the hole.
There's a look at Janny Dorpinghouse. And we have a visitor. That is the governor of Iowa. Kim Reynolds has made it to the park just after first pitch. And former softball player herself, and Jean Berger, the executive director of the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union, said, you got to ask her about... Imagine getting that one at a press conference. Governor, so it was the regional final, and winning run was at second. How'd that pitch go? You know, I don't think that's a question I'm going to ask.
You know, though, I think all good athletes would welcome that question and would just go on, and it probably would extend the press conference another, what, 10, 15 minutes, I suppose, as long as they wanted to talk about their accolades on the softball diamond.
Well, and this is the defense that she'll be watching, the Williamsburg Raiders. Wiegen, Finn, and Stratton left to right. Holub at third, Gegushis at short, Walters and Ridgway. Carly Campbell behind the plate, and Peyton Driscoll, the freshman, in the circle. She's 16-3 on the season. She struck out 185. Opponents are batting a little over 100, but not much more in her ERA. Griffin, Ross, Beard, Lawrence, Baer, Workman, Martin, Jones, and Spurgeon is your lineup for the Lady D's. You forget certain parts of this game, Laura, that sometimes they're actually waiting on us. That means I have to actually talk faster, which is not something that is a problem. First pitch to Abby Griffin is a ball. Griffin, Ross, and Beard here in the first.
You're going to see a few different pitches from Driscoll. She's got a fastball, a rise, a curve, a change, mixes in an occasional drop ball, but really likes to go to that change and use the rise and then to set up the change. And both of those seem to be her favorite pitch, is what she told us, that she will go to those quite a bit.
2 balls on strike.
I'm really impressed with her in talking to her a couple of nights ago. The command of the game that she has at that age. And that's not taking away from any other player, but the way she talked about certain things, it was, to me, next level.
Well, there are certain players out there that just, they get the game, they understand it, they study the game, they work hard to understand what they need to do in certain situations.
Leadoff walk to Abby Griffin. We have a first base runner of the game here in the bottom of the first. That'll bring up McKenna Ross, the senior, playing first today.
Well, Ross can handle the bat. She can hit for power, but she can also bunt. And I think maybe in this situation, you might see her lay one down.
First bunt offering is popped up in the air towards Ella Ridgway, and she's just not quite able to get there in time. Not enough pop up, and that's like the batter's worst nightmare, coach's worst nightmare, when you call for the bunt and go straight up.
Pop straight up, but you take a look that Ridgway is playing back behind the bag. So normally in a bunt situation, you cheat in at the corners, and she's playing back. So had to cover a lot of ground to try to get to that pop up.
And that pitch is off the plate, but enough of it on the outside corner to be a called strike. It's an 0-2 count. So let's see how much confidence Coach Hill has in Ross. She'll swing at it and foul it out of play to the right side. There's your look from home. And now there's the look from center field. The 0-2 is strike 3, throw down to second. The old strike him out, throw him out, double play. Ross on strikes, Griffin on the tag. Let's look at it again.
You can see the jump there, and the throw gets there. Almost lost control of that ball, but a great job to hang on to that and make the tag.
Gagushis with the make it look easy play. And there's 2 out for Alex Beard. Probably the best scenario, if you're Williamsburg, you can hope for. Bases empty for 382 hitter with 16 RBIs and 4 home runs.
We know that Beard can really hit it. And you're right, to have the bases cleared with her coming up this early in a ball game kind of helps you relax and kind of shake off all those nerves that you might have coming into a ball game.
Comebacker to Driscoll, throw across to Ridgway. And Albia gets the leadoff runner, but can't do anything more as Albia out 1-2-3.
Played 1 complete, no score. Jill Hollop will start things off for Williamsburg. Al Ridgway on deck, Peyton Driscoll in the hole. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the stands behind home plate. Please welcome Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds to the 2020 State Softball Tournament. Governor Reynolds allowed the IGHSAU to offer summer softball and help provide our schools the necessary guidance for a safe and successful season. Please join the IGHSAU in thanking Governor Reynolds for her leadership and support of the 2020 softball season during this historic time. Thank you, Governor Reynolds, for your support of the Iowa girl.
Laura, a couple of times this spring, I know I was, like many, thinking, I mean, you were already covering some softball games in the college area, and then the season just ends after basketball. We last saw you, and we had no idea we were going to have any of this. And to see it this week conclude both softball and baseball, other states are looking at us going, okay, maybe it can be done.
I agree, and I think that, as I said before, all these people here in the stands, especially all the players and coaches, are just so thankful that they've had the opportunity to be able, and all the seniors, to be able to have that chance to get out and play one more time before they head off to college. And I think you're right, it kind of put all the eyes on the state of Iowa to see if it could be done. And I think everybody, the union has done a great job, the state of Iowa has done a great job, all the teams have done a really nice job of following protocol and keeping themselves safe.
First pitch strike, the next one to Hollop is grounded towards second. Fielding on the big hop is Griffin, and Hollop is out 4-3 for the first out of the inning. We'll talk a little bit more about some of the protocol and precautions done here at Harlan Rogers, but you mentioned the opportunity to get a chance to play. There are senior things that seniors miss this year in person that they would normally see. The first pitch to Ridgway is a ball high. Like the senior prom. Albia had their senior prom rescheduled for July, mid-July, and the seniors initially were going to go, and then they said, no, we're not going to go. Limit their circle, shrunk it down, and had their own promenade and had their own activities that night that the others were having the senior prom there at Albia.
And I think that's an experienced group of players and understanding what it means to them and to this team. And they made a good decision to say, hey, you know what, we're not gonna go to prom. They talked to some of the younger players on the team, the juniors, and said, you know what, let's really rethink this and talk about it. And they made the decision to have their own situation and function at home, and they played games and they were together as a team. And then I believe, as you said, they had a little party promenade for them so they could get their prom dresses on and show off a little bit in those prom dresses and see what they look like when they're all dressed up and not with dirt and on their sliding pads and all that.
Well, I did ask Coach Dorpinghouse, I go, so did they wear the dresses then to the diamond? And she goes, yes, they did. I'm like, what? for their promenade. Ground ball by Ridgway is fielded by Bear across to a stretching Ross for the out. 2 away here in the second.
We've seen 2 really good defensive plays so far here in this inning. We saw Griffin make a play look really easy. It was a difficult play over there at second base. She made it look easy to get the first out, and now we see Bear make a really nice play, charging that ball and making the strong throw.
Coach says she's got a quick release on the ball, and she showed it there. Popped up first pitch to Peyton Driscoll on the infield, coming over, pitcher on pitcher. Jenna Lawrence makes the catch right at the line, and Williamsburg goes 1-2-3 in their half of the second. As we mentioned, that this complex had signs posted all over as you made your way into to see softball. You had guidelines and hand washing, then in the dugout, disinfectant wipes, and then there were spots in the bleachers that were no seating and yes seating, and there were tickets in certain spots, and you see some schools were a little better at it than others, and even in the concession line. And as players were making their transition from one spot to the other, you did see masks on many of these teams and fans. But we did have that season that started 3 weeks late. It was a shortened season. 2 schools chose not to play, but 335 did. 26 teams were impacted by COVID-19. 11 of those ended their seasons early. We had no teams with confirmed cases this week. And I frankly, Laura, there's masks in some of the stands. You don't see them all. These are circles that happen. You and I, when we would talk, media members when we talk, I know when I've covered games this summer, I said, I'm not going to be the one if I have something to bring it on. That is not for me, but some of these parents and grandparents, they've had to limit who can come to the games.
Yeah, and I think it's just, you know, making sure everybody's smart, doing the right thing, doing what they're supposed to do, following all those guidelines that are laid out here at the complex. And we've come to know that things you need to do to make sure to prevent the spread, and I think everybody's trying their best. And so far these teams, I think, have done a really nice job of limiting themselves as far as contact goes with others outside, staying within their circle, and that's, I think, why we saw very few teams have to end their season.
Again, Jean Berger, the executive director, she had told all of these schools at the beginning of the year, keep your circle small. Tighten your circle that's available to your team. And there are some moments it took a little bit of getting used to, as the pitch to Jenna Lawrence is fouled off into the net behind us. There might be some parents initially who were like dropping something off at the dugout. You just can't do that now. And there is extra space if some of these teams do have more players in the dugout. They are outside. You've got capacity limits. The umpires, they're not handling foul balls now. It's the defensive team.
You know, the funny thing is you know, been up here watching games and balls go flying out of the field of play, and normally you see half a dozen kids run after them to go get that ball, and all of a sudden you see them start and then stop, and they go, oh no, we can't go touch that, and you have to let it sit there and wait for the defensive designated person, to the one that sanitizes the balls and handles them, come out and get it, bring it back to the dugout, get it all cleaned up, get it ready for the field of play again.
The 2-2 to Lawrence is popped up right side, going to be close to getting into the stands, and makes it into the second row. Out of play. So now they have to scatter. What are you doing? I don't know. What are you going to do with it? No, I don't want it.
I know, nobody knows what to do with them now.
And so one of the players from the Williamsburg team is going to have to go up and get that.
And I think you may be able to see her in the background run up into the stands and go get that ball.
Off speed is pulled, foul on that too, into the stands, or into the standing area. There you can look at those those are the ball bags, bat bags that those players have there. Some of them are outside of the dugout. We're in the bottom of the second, Williamsburg and Albia. The 2-2 pitch to Jenna Lawrence is high, so the count goes full on the number 4 hitter for the Lady D's.
So far in the tournament, Driscoll has given up 5 runs, 8 hits, 16 strikeouts so far. Adds 1 right there. And she's given up a couple of home runs, but been able to come back. And look at that pitch, just work away from Lawrence. That was a great pitch. Started down about knees and then worked up and away from the right-handed hitter.
Ball.
Same pitch, this not same result to Lauren Bayer. 302 hitter on the season coming into the tournament. That pitch is a strike.
Both these pitchers in this ball game just have a really good command of the strike zone and learn early on how the game's going to be called from the home plate umpire and then adjust their game accordingly.
Pitch fouled back as Bayer just got underneath of it.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Bayer looks down at Coach Hill, co-head coach for this year. Bayer's next season, when she's a junior, she'll have just 1 coach, not 2 co-head coaches. As there's Coach Hill. He handles a lot of the strategy, maintenance, hitting the infield and the outfield. And there's a look at Janny Dorpinghouse. And she's been an assistant coach since 2003, and that is fair down the left field line for Bayer. Over to get it is Stratton. And Bayer is going to be held to a 1-out single.
That is a great piece of hitting. Bayer goes down in the zone to get it. Just loops that ball right on the correct side of the foul line.
The bunt is fouled off by Danica Workman, the center fielder in this game. She's a junior. She can bunt for hits. Got some speed, so one, you might ask for the sacrifice, but if you can turn it into a hit, that's a bonus. Here, it's the sacrifice variety. But she does get down the line in a hurry, and it moves Bayer to second.
Well, she's had a pretty good tournament so far. This time gives herself up to sacrifice that runner into second base. And you saw the good hands of Ridgway over there. She's got really good hands at first base. Helps out her fielders as Driscoll had to rush that throw a little bit, knowing that she had some speed going down the line.
Ball.
First pitch to Abigail Martin is off the plate. Martin had a home run against Mount Vernon. Oh, no big deal, just the game-winning run.
Yeah, no big deal. Just your run-of-the-mill home run to win a ball game. That's got to give a hitter a lot of confidence.
Just under that one.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
And that was a tight ball game, that semifinal game. It was back and forth, and both teams would threaten, needed something like what Martin gave them in that home run to win the ball game.
Well, that wasn't until the 6th, right? That was the bottom of the 6th when that happened. That was down at, that one was on Dodger Field. And this week, in order to get games played, that pitch has popped up into the stands on 2-2. We'll do it again. In order to get time between games, to get dugouts cleaned out, fan bases cleared out, again, part of the strategy and limiting
Go, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
spread or really cross-contamination from one part of the state or group of fans to the other. They played games on the Consolation Diamonds. And Davenport Assumption had won 11 straight, which meant they hadn't played on the Consolation Diamonds until they had to play one of their quarterfinal games down there. They didn't know where it was.
You know, there's a lot of us that didn't know where they were. I roamed around a little bit until I figured out where everything was set up.
A walk to Martin. And the Williamsburg fans thought that caught the plate.
You know, it probably did, but I think the action of Campbell behind the plate and leaning out of the strike zone probably caught the umpire's attention, and thus ball 4.
McKenna Jones to bat. First pitch spun in there for a strike. Jones, a .255 hitter, 14 runs driven in. If your 3, 4, 5 are on when she comes up, that's where you can add up some RBIs if you can put it in play.
Yeah, she does.
Offers at the next one.
She tried to hold up, and I was wondering if that call was going to be made. She tried to hold up. It was up above the strike zone, but a very definitive call by the home plate umpire, Travis Chiswick.
The 0-2 back to Driscoll on the weak liner to retire. The D's, who get 2 on, but leave them both just kind of tailing away to the left side. And Jones is out. One of the parts of our broadcast is to show you action in super slow motion. And here is Jenna Lawrence. What does she do well, Laura?
She gets great extension and great push off the rubber. You can see how she turns the hand over to get the spin. She can spin the ball, does spin it a lot. That's what gives her a lot of movement on her pitches.
And they use that rubber. That's what it's there for, to push off and get that momentum. Drag the foot. You always can tell the pitcher by looking at their shoes.
You know, I don't know if they still have them or not, but when you used to pitch, you used to have that extra toe that would go over the top of your shoe, and you'd lace it up and put it on there. It'd fit right on the top of the toe, a little toe guard, so you wouldn't wear your shoe out after about 10 games.
We go to the third, no score between Williamsburg and Albia. Bottom 3 of the order, Lamperic, Stratton, and Weegan due up for Coach Adam Birdie and the Williamsburg Raiders.
Ball.
That pitch is out. Williamsburg right off of Interstate 80 between, we'll say, Grinnell and Iowa City.
Mile marker 220. Might be the outlets over there.
May have made that trip to the north side of the interstate a time or two, Laura?
Maybe once or twice.
But the town is there to the south side, and it's a community that Coach Birdie says has really supported this team this year. Off-speed changeup. What a pitch from Lawrence to get Lamperic.
It's her third strikeout so far in early part of this game. Paints the corner, perfect position. Very hard to pull the trigger on that pitch when you think it might be outside, but she caught enough of the plate to get rung up.
The pitch to Stratton.
Ball.
Olivia Stratton, 10 RBI to go with a .262 average. As Coach Birdie said, you know, she's just gotten better as the year's gone on. And, you know, that's something I know I talked about in the regular season. Laura, we were watching players develop in real time as the year went on.
You felt like the hitters maybe had a little advantage early on, that the pitchers might still be developing as the season started. And then the pitchers kind of came along, hit their stride, and maybe have slowed down some of those hitters that got off to a really hot start. But you're right. I think on both accounts, pitching and hitting, you've seen these players play themselves into shape is basically what they've been doing.
Well, when you shut everything down in mid-March and you couldn't have team workouts, you could still do individual workouts at, say, your home. The 2-2 pitch on the way to Stratton is swung on and missed. Second strikeout of the inning, fourth for the game for Lawrence.
Lawrence is really starting to deal right now, moving the ball around up in the zone. That ball, again, a lot of spin, just takes off when it gets to the plate.
And frankly, Laura, I gotta say, the veteran squads may have been the ones that came out and succeeded because they had that experience. And I'm looking at one of them, popped up on the infield. Bayer calls and grabs and retires Williamsburg as they go down 1-2-3. Those players that knew what needed to be done when you've made it to state 4 times in a row, you know what you have to do. You know what your pace has to be. And maybe for a freshman, it's a little harder. You miss that spring development ball. You miss the early part of May. And then those great tournaments that you can be at in June, but it hasn't appeared to slow down Peyton Lawrence. I mean, super slow is maybe really what I mean.
Well, there's, again, good extension. Both of these pitchers do a great job with the extension. Look at the arm whip as well. Moves that ball around, turns the hand over. And I think there's so many good pitchers out there that we have seen this week and throughout the state, throughout the season. And there's a lot of former Iowa high school girls pitchers that are pitching coaches out there now that are teaching these young women all the different pitches and show them how to succeed.
If she can keep the change around the plate, Coach Birdie says she's going to be really tough. She's had a couple of change-ups. She got a change-up in the last inning to work. Let's see if she's going to throw more of them here to the top of the lineup. Is it Spurgeon, the 9 place, and then Griffin Ross, and if anybody gets on, Beard here in the bottom of the 3rd. First pitch is a ball.
And you want to try to work ahead in the count, but you also want to try to establish the plate. You want to claim your spot on the plate, and if a hitter is crowding you or in a different spot in the box, you need to go in there and make a statement and be able to claim back your area of the plate so you can throw your pitches.
Driscoll gets the sign, throws, it's hit towards left. Coming in to catch the lazy fly ball is Olivia Stratton, and there's one away.
So far, we've got 1 hit in this ball game. Both these pitchers doing a great job. We've seen several pop-ups. These hitters now are going to have to make the adjustment to try to get on top of the ball to hit line drives on both sides.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
On these pitchers.
Well, we saw a semifinal game the other night. Clarksville was behind Lisbon, or no, they were tied, and everything, both sides, popping the ball up, and all of a sudden, Clarksville makes this adjustment and starts hitting line drives. And they just adjusted themselves in the box. They, in the dugout, talking to one another, how do we attack? And they were able to string together some hits and scored 4 runs and moved on to the championship game that we will see later today.
The 1-1 spins out of the zone. Lisbon has their own freshman pitcher. And Lisbon beat Newell Fonda in the opening round game, who featured an 8th grade pitcher. I have a sense in 1A to handicap that field a little bit in the next couple years. No pressure, ladies, from those two. Newell Fonda and Lisbon both feature very young teams and great teams in the making right there. And experience here can only help you down the road.
Yeah, this experience is going to go a long way for the young pitchers that have made it here, play on the big stage, play on these really nice fields, stands full of people and around the outfield. and they're going to remember what it felt like and how they played in that situation and in that time, and they're going to carry that with them to the next season.
Griffin punches it into right for the Lady D's second hit of the ball game, and she's on with 1 out in the bottom of the third.
Now there's a situation of making that adjustment. She went up in the zone and was able to hit it to right field. She got those hands up, tucked them back a little bit, and went the other way with that pitch.
So many times a younger player will try to pull everything. The bunt is down, fielded by Driscoll. The only play is at first to Ridgway. Down to second is Griffin.
No, you're good. That's it. I was trying to watch two things at once there.
So Ross gets the job done. Alex Beard grounded back to the pitcher back in the third. That was after a great strikeout throwout double play and the bases were empty. Little different situation. She's got a runner in scoring position with 2 out. Let's see what Driscoll does on this first pitch. Comes off the plate for a ball.
You know, sometimes you think of this situation, do you give that automatic pass to first base? But they're going to challenge her, see if they can win this battle.
Beard skies it right side, headed towards the camera well, and just out of the reach of Weegan. And also Walters covering a lot of ground. Walters will throw it in.
I looked up and I saw Walters just digging to try to get over there, and she made a great effort to get over to the fence, but couldn't make the play.
Beard trying to go the opposite way too. Takes that pitch, same spot, a little deeper. Weegan, though, makes the grab on her knees, sliding a foot short of the fence to get the out. We played 3 full, no score. Great defensive gem by Weegan here in Fort Dodge in the Class 3A State Championship. Hello, I'm Paul Yeager. This evening, for one night only, Market to Market moves to Iowa PBS World so you can watch the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union Championships on Iowa PBS. So if you just want to watch Market to Market, switch over to Iowa PBS World on our .3 channel tonight at 8, or catch us online anytime at iowapbs.org.
Side the defender was fantastic, withheld the challenge, lots of strength.
Bury it with the defender right on her and Brown.
Wonderfully on the volley, left foot. Dipped it up as we have a look at this. What a brilliant delivery by William. Brown coming in.
This evening at 9:30 on Iowa PBS.
Williamsburg still looking for their first hit. Albia looking for a run. Both of these teams, we've seen good pitching here, Laura Leonard, so far.
It has been great pitching, and these hitters now need to make the adjustment. We're getting close to midway through this ball game. The hitters have seen the pitchers. Now you got to go up into the box, make some adjustments, put the ball into play, get the runners on.
Good to see you over there.
Good to see you over there.
Can't even bump elbows to you.
No, we can still pass notes, though,
We can.
if we lean far enough.
So far, it's just tallying good plays, and we'd have a lot of them. We've seen some great defensive gems, including that one, as Walters, here to start the fourth, takes a hit away, or Boland takes a hit away from Walters.
But I like the idea of Walters trying to mix things up, not going up there swinging at it, trying to lay one down, took a look, took a gamble and a chance at getting one down, trying to beat it out. But a good job by Boland, charging, being on her toes, able to get that fly ball, or line drive, I should say.
Charlie Gagushis flied out to short in her last at-bat. Williamsburg yet to get a runner on base. And Albia's only had a couple more.
You know, we knew both of these pitchers had really good stuff. Seen it throughout the tournament. There's the first hit.
Gagushis on cue. Game's first hit for Williamsburg comes in the fourth with 1 out.
Well, yeah, you were talking about it, Paul, and doing a great job getting that ball down around the knees and extending and dumping that into left field to give Williamsburg a little bit of life and a little bit of spark.
I think coaches might rewind that at bat and watch her. That was textbook. Did you see how her hips went in? Hips came back, wrist came out, ball hit. Just textbook right there on that piece of hitting by Gagushis.
Got the front foot down, was able to get the ball in the zone and drive it. Got the big part of the bat on it. Made solid contact.
Carly Campbell down in the count 0-1. Beard looks to throw to second.
Don't want to stray too far off of second because Beard would not be afraid to throw it down there, or excuse me, off of first. She would not be afraid to try to pick you off.
Carly Campbell swings and misses. And she's down 1-2. Carly Campbell, no stranger to the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union administration. She is on the Student Advisory Council, and she just wrapped up her second year of her 2-year term. And that's been something just done in the last couple of years, and it gives the voice of the student athlete to the union from around the state. She'll foul it into the net to keep it going. And again, just an opportunity to say, this is what's going on in my school. And it's also an opportunity for those girls to see what goes on at the administrative level and see what this decision is not all about this. It's about having cowboy hats in the dugout.
Yeah, and, you know, an opportunity for leadership as well.
Gagushis going on the pitch, and it's the foul ball by Campbell. So we'll do it all again.
I think you got to check Beard, and that's why Travis Chizik is out there wiping off the plate, because that ball came back and got Beard in the shoulder, and you could hear him say, "You all right?" And of course she's going to say, "Yeah, I'm all right. I'm not coming out of this ball game."
Not a state title game where we're locked in at zeros. Popped up infield, drifting, now coming over is short. Wow! Bear made that play in foul territory right on the line. She tracked that thing down.
I'm not sure Boland had a look at it, but maybe heard Bayer calling her off as she moved away, and she did cover a lot of ground. That's showing some range out there at shortstop.
2 away for Jill Holub. Coach Birdie would love to see Holub find some grass for a hit and extend this inning. First pitch spun in there for a swing and a miss.
Got a little piece of it. You could hear that she ticked that ball just a little bit. Just needs to get a little more extension and try to drive that right back up the middle.
Holub, part of the spark that was the game winner. Down the right field line foul against Assumption on Wednesday. She got on board, and then it was one of 5 Assumption errors that allowed her to get to second, and then eventually she's driven home.
2 strikes.
Well, and that's the one thing. That's the great equalizer, is the errors that the defense commits and base on balls that you give up. Those are the 2 things that will come back and hurt a team, and we saw it hurt Assumption in the semifinals.
Popped up again as Beard and Lawrence, Laura, are feeling 2 different things. Another shakeoff by Lawrence in the circle on a pitch.
Well, they know they are ahead in the count. And you're right. It's catcher thinking one thing, pitcher thinking another, and I think it's whatever the pitcher is confident in, again, shakes her off, and now they agree.
Go with the rise ball to throw down to second, not in time. Gagushis steals the base. And that could have been part of the decision there.
Gagushis got a good jump. And I think Beard hesitated just a little bit as she came up out of the crouch and got the throw down there, but it was a little too late.
So now a runner in scoring position for Holla. Base hit would likely score the game's first run. Swing and a miss, or would end the inning. The rise ball headed out of the zone on that. Looked so good at the beginning and then tails away.
We've seen this several times. Boy, that was way out of the zone. Made her go fishing after that ball. Was not even close to that pitch as it worked away off of the plate.
We talked about public art on display. Well, how about big public art that can be found along the Des Moines River? This silo was painted, and it's in Fort Dodge. It's about 2-3 miles south of where we're at along the river there, and this drone got a look at it, and it's been fun to watch this thing progress over the years here, Laura. And I got to tell you, I mean, the American farmer portrayed there and the American farm worker, just a great tribute there on both sides.
I think it's an amazing piece of work that is displayed right here in Fort Dodge. That's impressive, and obviously took a lot of time and effort to be able to do that, and what a nice tribute.
The statisticians haven't had to work too hard today. They've just left the 0 in place for a lot of the line score. 3 hits combined between these two squads, Laura. 1 for Williamsburg, who just finally left their first runner on base. 2 for Albia, who will send Jenna Lawrence, Lauren Bayer, and Danica Workman to the plate here in the bottom of the 4th.
You know, coming into the tournament and in the tournament, Albia has only given up 2 runs in tournament play. So we're talking regionals as well into the state tournament. They gave up a run to Clark in the regional finals and 1 to Mount Vernon.
Well hit ball to center, back, looking up at it, going over the wall. Jenna Lawrence, touch 'em all, that's a home run.
That is squaring it up and driving it to center field. That ball got a lot of the plate, and Lawrence took advantage of it. You can see it was
Right down
right
Broadway.
down the middle, and Lawrence saw that, able to drive it. And as we said before, Driscoll has given up a couple of home runs so far here in this state tournament, has been able to bounce back from that, not let it rattle her.
And that was into the teeth of the wind of 5 to 6 miles an hour. The flag is blowing straight in. You can see there's a little flag out there in center. The American flag kind of picks up every now and again. So Lawrence, you knew it off the bat that it had a good chance. Lauren Bayer now at the plate.
And they got that ball in from center field and got it right back to the dugout. I'm going to guess that that ball does not come back into play here in this game.
I think it had a scratch on it. I don't think a dent.
It's going on somebody's trophy case.
So Driscoll comes back 0-2 now on Bayer, who had a single back in the 2nd. Spins it up. Gets the placement she likes. Fouled back. Bayer, in her first year as a varsity player, they've kind of needed her to figure out exactly what her role is on this senior-dominated team as the off-speed pitch just takes a little area away from the strike zone, and it's a ball. Janie Dorpinghouse telling us that, you know, she's just someone that has come up clutch when we've needed her. She's only a sophomore, so she's using this as experience for the next couple of years for her and her career.
And you like to see that kind of attitude from those younger players, when, especially when a coach says, boy, she's come up clutch for us. You know, in certain situations, she doesn't get rattled. She doesn't get nervous. She's able to produce when there are runners on or make a great play in the field, and she has done that all season long for this Lady D's team.
Two balls, 2 strikes. No out here. The pitch off the plate.
Well, she's come up big in the tournament as well, coming into this ball game, hitting .500, 3 for 6 in the quarterfinals and the semifinals combined. So she's feeling pretty comfortable at the plate here in Fort Dodge.
Hits it towards right. Weegan goes back. Can she make another catch in right field on the run? The answer is no. It was in the glove, then out. Very tough play down the line.
Boy, she really did cover a lot of ground. Very similar to the play that we saw her make at the end of the last inning. That one just went off the fingertips of the glove.
Bayer gets new life. Here in the fourth. And she'll sit down on a called third strike. Third strikeout of the game for Driscoll.
Gets that outside corner, and they ring Bayer up, but that's a good answer to the question of how is Driscoll going to respond to giving up that home run. She bears down, comes back, has to throw a fair amount of pitches, but finally gets the strikeout.
Danica Workman to bat here against Peyton Driscoll. Workman had the sacrifice at her last plate appearance. Skies it foul and out of play. Workman had 2 doubles against Creston in that opening win. That was a game Albia won 12-0 over Creston on Monday night. The top 7 for the Lady D's all had hits.
Yeah.
And then they only scored 2 runs and won the next day.
That's softball. That's exactly what happens in softball, and a great read there by Workman. Sees the off-speed pitch coming and then decides to lay it down because she sees the corners back, knowing that she has a speed, is going to be able to beat it out if she can put it in the field of play.
We talked about Workman's speed before. She was almost to the bag by the time that ball was thrown in play. That one's inside. You can't teach or coach speed.
No, you're blessed with it. And a lot of really good players understand that and understand how to use that speed to their advantage.
The 2-2 off speed, pulled foul. Coach Hill with a kick save. Workman, a junior. Looked up at these seniors and has been along for a great ride. That pitch misses.
I think she was holding her breath on that one and was waiting for the call. You could see her just kind of nod her head and let out a big sigh of relief.
The 3-2, swung on and missed. Strike 3.
So Driscoll had to throw a lot of pitches, throw a variety of them, and she just won that challenge as that was belt high. And Workman could not catch up to it.
I don't think that was the pitch she was expecting.
No, and sometimes when you're looking for something else, maybe on the outside part of the plate, and they came in mid to inner part of the plate, catches you off guard, and you just cannot make that adjustment that quickly.
2 away for Abigail Martin. She pops it in behind home. Martin, one of those seniors that we talked about in the Open. 4th straight tournament for the Lady D's.
You know, I asked her, I said, are there any superstitions that you guys have in the dugout, or any of the players have superstitions? And she said, all I know is my parents are superstitious because they do the same thing with my uniform, the way they lay it out for me, the way they hang it on the line, whatever it is, they do the same thing game in and game out. And she goes, I just go along with it.
By the way, your exchange right there with her that day was recorded by Mom, and they'll be watching that one back over time. On that one, catches the plate as Driscoll retires the side on her own with 3 strikeouts, but after Jenna Lawrence gives a 1-run lead to the Lady D's.
AARP Iowa and Iowa PBS invite you to tune in to celebrate the fair.
Hey, guess what? I've got the key to the Iowa PBS archives room. And I'm gonna bust it wide open and show you almost 50 years of Iowa State Fair highlights. So plan to tune in August 10th through the 14th and relive the memories and the feel of that special State Fair excitement.
Hi, I'm Charity Nevy. Are you ready for some State Fair fun at home? Record the kids telling a joke or sketch some art with sidewalk chalk. Try your hand at butter sculpting, decorating an ugly cake, or crafting a decorative face mask. You can even show us your pet's greatest tricks or write a State Fair poem. Try one or try them all. Visit iowapbs.org/fair for details.
Back here in 2020, Albia leads 1-0. But Laura, I have a question for you. Do you remember 2017, a night in July that may have gone into the morning?
I will never forget it.
Yes. Ella Ridgway, Peyton Driscoll, and Megan Lamperick will bat here for Williamsburg. It was talked about last night by Brad and Molly during their broadcast, about a 16-inning game as they ticked away 8, 9, and then got into the 10th. A 16-inning game between EBF, Eddyville, Blakesburg, Fremont versus Iowa City, Regina, went 16 innings. That wasn't the last game of the night. There was another game still to play that night. As that pitch, it goes a foul ball. That's because it's off of Ridgway. We didn't start that game until 11:35, and it was Albia versus Assumption. It was late.
It was really late, and I think you'd walk around the outfield, and both teams were in separate parts of the outfield where the fans are. They were all doing whatever they needed to do to stay alert, stay awake, get their mind mentally prepared, and every time an inning would end, they go, okay, maybe this half inning, somebody's gonna score. And if I remember right, somebody would score, and then the other team would come back in the bottom of the inning and tie it back up, and we kept going extra innings. And it was so long, and it took forever, and I think people started doing things, well, maybe if I do this, that'll help them score. Maybe if I walk around the field in reverse order or counterclockwise, maybe that'll help. I mean, just all kinds of crazy things to see if we could help the two teams on the field in the ball game.
Ridgway fouls it off to stay alive in this at-bat. Lawrence and Beard were the combo then. They were freshmen that night. And I'm sorry, as the 3-2 is high. It's late for me. I can't imagine if you're 14 or 15. And that's what Janie Dorpinghouse said. She goes, it was late that night, and I had a lot of freshmen, and they had a lot of nerves.
Yeah, and that's exactly what she said. She goes, what I remember about that night is freshmen. We had all those freshmen, but they learned from that, and it was an experience that everybody's going to remember, and they talk about, and it will be talked about for a long, long time. But they know that this situation is a lot different than that one was, and they want to be able to come home with the title here today in this ball game. At least they're not having to wait until 11:39 at night to play this ball game.
They get to play the first game of the day. They lead 1-0 in search of their first state title. Both of these teams are actually in search of their first state softball championship. Driscoll 0 for 1 in this game.
And we do have a runner.
Hit softly towards right on the infield. Driscoll's out.
Looks like Riley Metz over there running for Elle Ridgway, and I want to go back to that at bat by Ridgway. She did a really good job of holding up holding the hands, not going through the strike zone, and able to draw that walk. Be able to get that first runner on, and now we have that pinch runner over there at first.
Metz, the freshman, gets a good lead and then comes back on a swing and miss by Megan Lamperic. Lamperic struck out back in the third in her first plate appearance. Hit hard to the right side, diving play, and then getting it out of her glove is Griffin. Runner moves up. It'll be 2 outs for Olivia Stratton to try to get the Raiders a run here.
Good job and good coverage to smother that ball. That was maybe ticketed for right field if it makes the right bounce, and a good job by Griffin to get that ball in her glove.
It sounded harder than it ended up down the line.
Ball.
You're kind of wondering what is in that softball I just hit, because it just died. The 1-0, swung on and missed by Stratton.
Metz getting a good jump out there at second base. So if there's a base hit, you know that Coach Adam Birdie's gonna send that runner.
Foul ball on that one, Coach Adam Birdie.
One ball, 2 strikes.
And he knows how hard this senior class has worked. Stratton, a junior. Even the junior class popped up right side into the dugout. There's only about a 1.5 foot area to hit between the fence and the dugout, and they hit it right in there. So Stratton will get another chance.
Yeah, going back to this senior class of Williamsburg, when they were 8th graders, that group of players were 6 and 32 as a group, and they have turned it around.
Stratton strikes out, strands the runner. And, you know, Albia's playing in the light of the day, but they also know how to play in the dark of night. And that game, Laura, we went around and we were up on deck for this group, and it was 11:35 first pitch, and it was Assumption early, middle, and late, and that was the beginning of 3 straight Assumption championships, and that ended this year by Williamsburg. And, you know, when you're a freshman and you're at your first state championship game, it's not supposed to start at 11:40 at night.
No, it's not, but what a great experience to be able to get to that title game. And yes, they had to wait a long time. In Assumption, they were in the beginning of their powerhouse days. I mean, they're a powerhouse as is, and but to be able to play in that game, have that experience, and then be able to get back here as seniors and have the opportunity to try to win it.
Was it McKenna? Yeah. McKenna said, it was a late night. It was getting annoying. Was the direct quote.
It kind of was. I would have to agree with her. I mean, it was a great game that was being played before them. It was exciting, probably one of the best softball games I've witnessed. But yes, when you want to get on the big stage and you want to play your game, it does get a little annoying.
And you're getting hungry because you hadn't eaten in hours and hours, and you don't want to eat in the middle of an inning because you might have to play in 20 minutes.
Right.
And that's just the way it goes. As Jones swings and misses at that first pitch. One last thing, and then I'll put this one. They were watching a conference foe in that game. So they were watching it more than, you know, so they were living more of the emotion up and down. And that can wear on you too, Laura. You know, you discuss it in basketball. Do you come down to the arena and watch those other teams play? Do you watch a full day? Do you come and watch other teams play in softball when you're out in the heat like that? Because the emotion of a game, you can get wrapped up in it too if you know one of those teams, and that can wear on a squad.
Yeah, it certainly can, and especially with all the other factors that were in play that evening, and seeing somebody that's familiar on the field ahead of you, kind of pulling for them, I'm sure, supporting the conference, and it certainly can wear on you a little bit mentally. And going back to that last pitch, what a great pitch, and she comes right back to it again and gets the strikeout.
Jones, watch that changeup.
And look at the way she turned her hand over to take a little off of it, but get the spin. And boy, had Jones out in front.
That one spins low. Ellie Spurgeon, flied out to left, back in the third. She bats here in the bottom of the fifth and rockets it over the shortstop into left field for a base hit. Throw back to first, not in time, but man, it was close. Whew.
You can't take your eyes off the ball. You always have to be paying attention. Great swing, great contact, and then the quick throw. Almost rounded it a little too far, able to dive back.
That's where you leave a divot out in the baseline where you had to slam on the brakes and reverse course. Top of the lineup for the Lady D's. Griffin gets the bunt down. The only plays at first. They throw back to second. Again, ball gets away, but Spurgeon will stay. Sack bunt by Griffin, and that'll bring up McKenna Ross. So Ross will bat, another one of those seniors. 4 seniors in this top of the lineup for the Lady D's. Fouled back on pitch number 1 from Peyton Driscoll.
Well, this is talking point to one of our keys in this ball game, string together hits.
And that change misses.
Here's an opportunity to string together some hits and try to push across a run.
Popped up again. And now Ross is down a ball and 2 strikes.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Four hits for the D's. Number 5 might score a run. Swung on and missed. Ross is out, and so is Albia. Strikeout number 7 for Peyton Driscoll. They leave a run in this matchup that's been a lot of good pitching.
That's kind of what we thought coming into this ball game. Both pitchers on both sides around the plate, working it inside and outside, just throwing it by hitters. Good defense backing up these pitchers, even though we haven't had a whole lot of balls in play except for this one.
Didn't stay in play very long.
And it leaves the yard, and that's where we stand right now, 1-0 off of that home run.
Jenna Lawrence with the home run, and she's, oh, by the way, struck out 6, but so has Peyton Driscoll. As we go to the top of the 6th, Williamsburg. Weegan, Walters, Gagushis. Coach Birdie had told us, he says, we do best when we score 5 or 6 runs. They just need to get 1, maybe 2 here today. They got to get some base runners on. Put a little pressure on Albia. Very little room for error in a championship game, and especially when you're up 1-0.
And this is when you really have to lock in defensively. Even though your pitcher in the circle has been throwing a gem right now, you have to be ready. You can't lose focus and expect the pitcher to get it done all on her own. Be ready in case something comes your way.
Because it could be just 1 pitch, as Lawrence proved.
Exactly. I mean, that's all it takes. And then sometimes it's one of those hits or an error or something that happens in the field to give a team some momentum.
Griffin takes the one hopper from Weegan for the first out of the 6th. Aubrey Walters now 0 for 2. Her mom, Lori Walters Spratt, was a great softball player for Williamsburg back in the 80s. So that second generation of player, we'll have a whole lot of those as the day wears on, but always exciting.
Always nice to see that. We always ask the questions of these teams coming to the state tournament. Any moms or grandmothers that played the sport before you? And boy, we sure find that there are a lot of these parents and grandparents that did participate, whether it was softball or basketball.
Bunt, and that's more of a slap past the hole. Griffin had crashed in, expecting the bunt or the slap, and a great piece of hitting by Walters as she controls this bat, Laura.
Perfectly placed and well read. Saw exactly where the defense was standing. Griffin was pulled in even with the pitcher. And all you have to do is just dump it over there. The drawn in infield, and that's what she did. She had enough bat control that she was able to place it out there where nobody was.
First pitch gets away from Beard. Down to second is Walters. And now the Williamsburg fans starting to feel a little bit of a momentum, possibly shaking, moving their way with their 2, 3, and 4 hitters due up.
I mean, Coach Birdie knows they're getting late in the ball game. They're not going to have many more chances, so you have to take advantage of it, and that's why they're being aggressive.
Get the bunt down. Gagushis, you could see from our angle, Laura, she didn't have her hands together on the bat. There was about a half an inch to an inch apart. You knew that right hand was going to slide down and she was going to lay it down. She checks the card to see what she's supposed to do now.
And a lot of times the catchers will look at that, and that will determine what they're going to throw.
Same thing again. This time she swings, hits it well towards center, but it will stay in the park as Workman grabs it, and so Gagushis not able to move the runner along. And that'll be up to Carly Campbell to keep the inning going.
Hit it well, just hit it right out to Workman. Didn't have to move too far to haul that one in, but that one, when it left the bat, everybody was kind of holding their breath over on the Albia sidelines.
Campbell, the junior, her bat starting to get hot at tournament time. Is it got any mojo or magic left in it? Coach Birdie's hoping, I think there's a little bit of pixie dust still on it. Let's get a hit here. She's 0 for 2, though, in this game. The 1-0. Called strike. Our home plate umpire is Travis Cheezick. And Travis knows his way around Harlan Rogers. He used to flip burgers here and do all sorts of things at the park as part of the crew. That pitch is low.
Worked his way up to a championship assignment behind the plate. Don't know if he will, when he's done here, run back over and maybe go cook some burgers for us.
He cleans the plate, counts to 10, and makes the walk out to the circle. As Beard and Lawrence say, hey friend, how you doing? Good to see you. Hey, you know what you need to do right now? Just breathe, calm down, throw a strike, but not too good of a strike.
Yeah,
because
Beard,
Campbell might crush it.
And I think that's the smart thing to do by Beard. Go out in this moment and calm down her pitcher.
Spun in, hit up high in the air towards right, sailing foul and out of the reach of Abby Martin. She made a good effort, but needed another couple of feet to get there.
Seen both teams, right fielders, as Martin kind of checks everything, make sure that no bump on the noggin, because she did kind of dive for that, hit hard on the ground. But we've seen both right fielders really make some nice efforts over there in foul ground.
The 2-2. Strike three. Campbell looks to the sky, leaves the runner. Williamsburg strands one on a pitch that Lawrence just froze her on. Oh, man, bottom of the sixth. Albia looks for insurance after this.
Okra is a staple of Southern cuisine, used in stews, barbecues, and sometimes it's the star of the show. I'm Charity Nebbe. On the next Iowa Ingredient, we'll visit an Iowa vegetable farm to see how okra is grown. Then Chef Lynn Pritchard will stop by the kitchen to share a few delicious recipes using okra. All that and more on the next Iowa Ingredient.
Saturday morning at 11:30 on Iowa PBS.
Coming up on a special edition of Iowa Press, we dive into the legacy of the Americans with Disabilities Act. 30 years after passage, what does the ADA mean today? And what policies may impact the disability community as they look to the future? We'll discuss this on this special edition of Iowa Press.
Sunday at noon on Iowa PBS.
Well, the Albia fans are looking at their hands as they sit on them. They're getting a little nervous. So are the Williamsburg fans. We're getting late. Bottom of the sixth. This could be Albia's last at-bat. They're looking for a little insurance so they don't have to bat in the seventh. First pitch is a strike from Driscoll to Alex Beard.
Great pitch, started off with an off-speed pitch, knowing that Beard going up to the plate, probably going to be aggressive. And they throw her something a little bit off-speed to get her out on that front foot and make her start thinking a little bit at the plate.
Boy, that changeup has been both good and bad for Driscoll. It's been close. As Coach Hill talks to his bench as he's down at third. That is hit in the air, but foul and up against the fence for Weejan. Beard, Lawrence, and Bayer. One of the things Albia likes to do, Laura, is string together some hits and timely hits. Would you call a home run a timely hit?
Well, that was definitely a timely hit. I mean, Lawrence got a pitch that she could handle and did what all good hitters would do with a pitch like that, took it out of the yard. And so, yes, timely, but they haven't been able to string anything together. But they're going to try to make that one run stand up. Looking for some insurance here if they can get it.
Beard in the fall, headed to Indian Hills Community College. She's their career leader in hits and RBIs. She was 2 for 3 against Creston and 2 for 3 against Mount Vernon, and today she's 0 for 2. But if she can get on in a walk situation, that's just as good of a hit when you've only had 4 all game.
Well, we said it earlier in the ball game too. Things like walks are something that can be bothersome to the team that is out playing defense. Those are sometimes those runners that you give them that opportunity, they will come around to score.
And that is the third walk issued by Driscoll. She walked the first batter of the game. I missed that one. She walked Martin, and now she walks Beard, and Beard is out for a moment on the courtesy run.
It's like Allison Major.
Major is a junior. She looks in. Her run would give a little bit of cushion. Lawrence.
She was looking for home run number 2 with that swing. That was a rip. Man.
You going change up here? I thought they were maybe going change up on the first pitch. That one's hit weakly, not in time to get two. They'll only get one, but it's thrown away. And there on the backup is Campbell doing what the catcher needs to do, hustle down the line. So Lawrence will stay at first on the fielder's choice. Walters flipped it to Gagushis, and then she threw it wide.
It was a little too slow developing to be able to turn that double play, but they at least got the lead runner.
And a courtesy runner for the pitcher is Lexi Jones. I got to admit, when we don't have a Carlisle or a Winterset game, Laura, you get a little spoiled on courtesy runners and pinch runners and ghost runners and all sorts of things that happen.
Ghost runner. Haven't heard of ghost runners for a long, long time. We used to play with the ghost runners.
Oh, my kids still do. No ghosties.
They're a vital part of every team.
They are. The unsung heroes of the team. That pitch is high. Throw back to first to go after Jones is late. So Lauren Bayer, she had a single in the second. One of the 4 D's hits. Driscoll winds and fires. Swung on and missed. And out on strikes for number 8 is Bayer. So Workman comes in, sacrifice in the second, strikeout in the 4th. Bats here in the 6th with the runner at first. Popped up into the net. Due up for Williamsburg in their half of the 7th. Jill Holub, Ella Ridgway, and Peyton Driscoll. That's their 4, 5, and 6. So it's not going to be easy for Albia to get out unscathed. They're going to have to earn it. Both teams. You got to earn a state championship. Good off-speed offering from Driscoll to get strike number 2.
Boy, that off-speed, and you could see her right before that pitch taking a look at the armband with all the signals and the calls on it. So it was certainly the right call from the dugout as far as throwing that off-speed pitch.
The 0-2 again off-speed, held by Campbell. Strikeout number 9 for Driscoll. She'd love to have an opportunity to get more. That is if Williamsburg can somehow scratch together a couple of hits as we go to the bottom of the 7th. Well, Laura, we've got 3 of these today. If they're all like this, might be a fun day.
You know, you knew coming into this ball game or into this day that we were going to have 3 really good matchups, that the pitchers at all 3 levels were going to be very good, so runs are going to be at a premium. That's exactly what we're seeing here today. And with that last strikeout, Driscoll now has 25 strikeouts for the tournament. And so she's doing her job. One little mistake, and like you say, a moment in time, and that's exactly what happened. They gave up that run, and that's where we stand, the 1-0 lead.
All on Jenna Lawrence's swing that came back in the 4th inning. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Jill Holla will lead things off for the Raiders. Lady D fans making some noise. First pitch is ripped into right or left center. Boy, I thought Bayer was going to grab that one. That was a rocket by Holla.
That was a rope, and the ball had so much spin on it that it moved away from Bayer, and it went right past her glove. She got a glove on it. It ticked her glove. Might have gotten her fingers. You can see her shaking the hand out there because that ball was moving. She thought she had the glove in the perfect position, but it spun away from her into left field.
I was going to say, I'll roll one to you so you can at least throw it. Can you squeeze it? Squeeze my hand.
Jenna! Jenna!
Right there? Yeah.
Can you move it?
No, it's just like, I can't.
Here, hold it low. Jenna!
as Bear is going to try throwing it to first again. I don't think that hand feels real good right now, Laura.
No, you could see it shaking, and
Okay, here we go.
and you could see we had a really good vantage point of it off the bat as that ball curved away from initially where she had the glove. Both hands up to pull that line drive in, but it got a good part of her bare hand.
Known for her fielding and quick release, that could be something in the back of her mind. The runner at first is Holub, Ella Ridgway. First pitch is a strike. Ridgway walked in the fifth. That ball gets away from Beard, and scooting down to second is Holub on the pass ball.
I'm surprised that they're not asking if she offered at that pitch.
And they do ask if she went, and Jeff Osborne says no. The 1-1 on the way to Ridgway. Bunted into the net behind home for a foul ball.
With nobody out, you want to try to advance that runner, and Ridgway is a hitter that probably does not sacrifice a lot. She's in that cleanup spot. She's the one that's driving in the run, so probably not a lot of experience laying it down, but gets down a great bunt there.
And it's going to move the runner up to third, and she's out. Oh man, I thought Ross's foot came off, and then he came back down right at the moment. Ridgway on 2 strikes lays the bunt down. Lawrence, the laser. Oh, she touched it. It wasn't her foot, it was her hand.
Touched her with her hand. What a smart play. Knew she was not going to be able to get that foot back on the base in time, and reaches across with her hand.
She's popped up to the pitcher. She's popped up to second, okay? The next girl, ground ball to second, you struck her out, okay? We're going to leave that runner at third right there, all right? We're going to go get it, get these outs, okay? 2 more outs. We got 2 outs, and we're state champions.
If it's to me and McKenna, she's going right away. Do you want us to make the throw to Alex?
You're McKenna. What do you mean in terms of?
If it's to the right side, she's breaking for home.
Yeah, we can, well.
Let's get her out. Why wouldn't you want to try to get the...
Yeah, get the lead runner. Get the runner if you can. If it's hit hard. Okay, if it's hit hard, we got to get that runner, okay? But play back normal, okay? Let's go.
First, here we go.
D's on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Darren Hill mic'd up. Our coaches are mic'd up, as they are through all of our games, as is the home plate umpire. So that's why you can hear those great discussions. Darren will be the head coach next year. He'll be the sole head coach. He's the fairly quiet one until they need a loud voice. He was pretty calm right there. First pitch to Peyton Driscoll, and he had the scouting report on Driscoll. Hopped up to pitcher and to second. 0 for 2. Anytime Coach Birdie can get production out of Driscoll with her bat is a good thing. He calls it gravy. She lays down the squeeze, but running down was Holub from third. The squeeze was on, Laura.
You kind of were thinking that they might try to squeeze this run in. They've got a couple of shots at trying to get this runner in from third. They have the infield drawn in just a little bit, not a lot.
The 0-2 pulls the bat back. They almost have her if Beard wanted to, but also Beard didn't want to throw it in the left field.
And that is certainly a senior move right there, understanding the whole situation, hanging onto that ball, not letting it fly.
The 1-2, high. There's a little bit of DNA here for Peyton. Her mom, Jody, played for Williamsburg on the '95 state tournament team, so the family's been here before. The 2-2, strike 3. And there's 2 outs for Albia, and out away from a state championship.
This is in a spot that is very tough, and you can see Driscoll crowding the plate, and that is in at the knees. There's no way that she could make that adjustment to be able to take a swipe at that ball.
There's a look at Jenna Lawrence and Alex Beard, that combo that have been together for so many wins. As Adam Birdie and Megan Lamperick are having a conversation down at third. He's in the bucket hat today, as are the whole coaching staff. They're hoping the bucket hat means come from behind. It's up to Megan Lamperick, the DP, the junior, to keep this thing going. The runner at third is Hollab. The pitch hit towards right. It's playable, catchable, and it's a state championship for Albia. The Lady D's, for the first time in school history, can be called state champions. Megan Lamperick put a charge into it, Laura, but just enough. That's a softball that will go into the trophy case, along with the state championship trophy.
Well, Lamperick made it exciting right down to the end, and what a great job by Martin to maintain the concentration, not get too excited when that ball came to her, pulled it in, and the celebration began.
Here's your Class 3 all-tournament team. From Albia, Alex Beard. From Williamsburg, Charlie Gagujas. From Albia, Danica Workman. From Williamsburg, Aubrey Walters. From Assumption, Maddie Loken. From Assumption, Anna Wohlers. From Mount Vernon, Nicole Sullivan. From Mount Vernon, Maya Bentley. From Albia, Lauren Bayer. From Williamsburg, Peyton Driscoll. And your Class 3A all-tournament team captain. From Albia, Jenna Lawrence.
If you didn't have Jenna Lawrence written in ink as the all-tournament captain, she certainly put it in there with that home run in the fourth, Laura.
Well, here's her line. 7 innings pitched, 3 hits, no runs, 1 walk, 8 strikeouts, 93 total pitches, efficient in the circle, 1 for 3 at the plate with the solo home run, and they made it stand up.
Albia, 4 straight trips to state, and they go home with a state championship. And there's your look at your all-tournament team. See a couple of those Assumption nights. They were hoping to be here for at least a chance at the 4-peat, but from what we hear from Coach Farrell, we'll be back next year, don't you worry, and I think Williamsburg will be too.
I do too. I think that a lot of young talent in this class.
Receiving medallions, every participating player will receive a commemorative softball provided by Iowa Farm Bureau, title sponsor of the Girls Athletic Union. Presenting awards are members of the IGH SAU Board of Directors: Jim Beamer, Ron Fodness, Travis Fleschner, and Roger Francis. Congratulations to the runners-up in Class 3A, head coach Adam Birdie and the Williamsburg Raiders on an outstanding 2020 softball season. And your 2020 Class 3A State Softball Champions, head coaches Darren Hill and Jenny Dorpinghouse, and the Albia Lady D's.
Albia was the Little League state champions in 7th grade. And these girls as seniors are Class 3A state champions.
And Coach Dorpinghouse said, what a better way to go out is with these seniors. She's going to retire. Seniors are going to graduate. They're able to walk out of here with a state tournament trophy and a title and a lot of memories.
Hey, how'd you win the state title? Well, we won it on a 1-0 game on a beautiful day with 1 home run. But guess what? The champion stays with us and it goes to the school. This is game number 1 of 3. Williamsburg and Albia in an instant classic. The Lady D's, for the first time in school history, are state champs. We're just getting started. Class 2A is coming your way next for all of us here at Iowa PBS. So long for just a while. Funding provided by Fairway Meat and Grocery is a proud sponsor of the Iowa Girls State Softball Championships. Fairway believes in supporting the places Iowans learn, work, live, and play. Congratulations to all the schools and student athletes in this year's games. By Musco Lighting, the sports lighting specialists, providing lighting systems for you, your project, and your community. Funding provided by Fairway Meat and Grocery is a proud sponsor of the Iowa Girls State Softball Championships. Fairway believes in supporting the places Iowans learn, work, live, and play. Congratulations to all the schools and student athletes in this year's games. By Musco Lighting, the sports lighting specialists, providing lighting systems for you, your project, and your community. The Des Moines River in Fort Dodge flows through town, and it looks like it's a beautiful Sunday or summer afternoon because it is. We're at the Harlan and Hazel Rogers Sports Complex on the north side of Fort Dodge. It's time for the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union State Softball Championships. Today, it's Class 2A. It's number 1, North Lynn, the only undefeated team left in the field, and the Ogden Bulldogs in this Class 2A championship to end the 2020 campaign. Hello, everybody. Along with Laura Leonard, I'm Paul Yeager. North Lynn, defending champs in Class 2A. Laura, Ogden, they feature one of the best players in all classes, and she's a home run threat, and she's not too bad as a pitcher either.
Well, and I think both of these teams, we saw pitchers duel in the first game. I think we're going to see some home runs hit in this game. North Lynn hit 5 in their semifinal game, tournament record. And as you mentioned, Denali Lecker, home run hitter as well for Ogden. This ball may be flying out of the park here today in this game.
The Ogden Bulldogs are under the coaching of Mike Moses, and they got here in their 5th trip to state, 2nd straight. So they've learned a little bit from that previous trip. 7 seniors have led the way, and they have picked up the batting order around Denali, and that has been a huge key. She is a future Iowa Hawkeye. She bats a team's best .553 when she gets a chance. She's been walked 7 times in this tournament. North Lynn, sound familiar? Yes, they've played in the state championship in this sport, and they also won the state basketball championship. This is a very athletic squad with a pair of twins. Let's now introduce the players.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, softball fans. Welcome to Rogers Sports Complex and this 2A championship game between the visiting team, the Ogden Bulldogs, and the home team, the North Lynn Lynx. Let's meet the non-starters and assistant coaches. First of all, for the visitors from Ogden. Number 4, Reagan Cruz. Number 10, Elise Tremblay. Number 11, Lily Ferguson. Number 18, Emma Moorman. Number 21, Kayla Pfiffner. And number 44, Ryan Shipley. Your assistant coaches, Thana Heller and Reed Smith. Now, here's your starting lineup for the Ogden Bulldogs. Leading off and playing shortstop, number 8, Meredith Adrian. Batting second and doing the pitching, number 5, Denali Lecker. Batting third in center field, number 25, Jenna Palmer. Cleanup hitter for the Bulldogs, the designated player, number 20, Reagan Church. Batting fifth at first base, number 40, Hannah Dutcher. Batting sixth at third base, number 24, Gabby Ross. Batting seventh and doing the catching, number 12, Faith Moore. Batting eighth in left field, number 3, Lauren Kennedy. And batting in the ninth position, the second baseman, number 1, Amber Braniff. Your flex player in right field, number 9, Helena Nelson. Head coach for the Ogden Bulldogs, Mike Moses. Now let's meet your non-starters and assistant coaches for the home team from North Lynn. Number 3, Maddie Stepanik. Number 7, Elise Ware. Number 12, Sydney Smock. Number 13, Ellie Flanagan. Number 14, Evelyn Robinson. And number 25, Addison Sierra. your assistant coach, Taylor Henderson. Now, here's your starting lineup for the Northland Lynx. Leading off and playing center field, number 5, Hannah Bridgewater. Batting second in left field, number 22, Katie Sommerfelt. Batting third and doing the pitching, number 18, Abby Flanagan. Cleanup hitter for the Lynx, the catcher, number 1, Grace Flanagan. Batting fifth at shortstop, number 19, Jill Smith. Batting sixth at first base, number 10, Ray Van Milligan. Batting seventh at third base, number 2, Natalie Gallery. Batting eighth, the designated player, number 15, Jenna Lemley. Batting in the ninth position, the second baseman, number 17, Skylar Benish. Your flex player in right field, number 4, Olivia Rausch. Head coach for the Northland Lynx, Marv Porter. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the home plate area. Our umpiring crew, as assigned by the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union for this 2A championship game. At first base, Jason Lewis. At third base, Jody Relenga. And calling the balls and strikes this afternoon, Jason Slater. Are you ready for championship softball?
Well, Mark Porter's been at this a while. This is his last game, and this is his last defensive lineup that he is sending out into the field today. Caitlin Sommerfeld, Hannah Bridgewater, and Olivia Rausch in left, center, and right. At third, Natalie Gallery, Jill Smith, Skylar Benish, and Ray Van Milligan at first. The battery, they know each other a little bit. In fact, they've known each other for a long time. The twin sisters of Abby and Grace Flanagan. Abby's older by 10 minutes, Laura. She is in the circle, and she is really good.
She is really good and has a lot of different pitches, and they are just a great battery. They work so well together, obviously. They've known each other their entire life.
One over the other. Abby this year, 17-0, including a no-hitter in the quarterfinal game through 94 innings. She's 143 strikeouts this season. Opponents batting a .03, and her ERA is a minuscule 0.37. And the order that she'll face is a team that is full of seniors and full of ones around Denali Lecker. We'll start with Adrian, then Lecker, then Palmer, Reagan Church, Hannah Dutcher, Gabby Ross, the third base person, Faith Moore behind the plate, Lauren Kennedy in left, and Amber Braniff in second. It's going to be about who can do what for Ogden, Laura.
Well, their keys are they have to play relaxed and confident, and they have been playing that way, and they know they have to pick it up and accept the challenge because they know Lecker's going to get walked, and they have to be able to pick it up throughout the lineup.
And for Northland?
They need to take advantage of opportunities. If Ogden opens the door, take advantage of it. If there's a walk or an error, just try to capitalize on that and then hit spots consistently. Be in and around the plate. Make the hitters hit your pitch.
First pitch at 5:08 is a ball from Abby Flanagan. Flanagan last year at this time, not 100% sure what she wanted to do. She knew she wanted to play at the next level. In the offseason, she was able to commit to play at DMAC. And sometimes when that decision comes, Laura, it's one that weighs on a player. Then once it's behind you, you can focus on the year.
And that's exactly what you have to do. Put it behind you, go through the process, and then really focus in on what you want to do for your last year.
She falls behind 3-0 to Adrian.
3 balls.
Adrian, one of those seniors. 3-0 is a strike. Ogden in the all-black uniforms. The Bulldog blue and Ogden in white in cursive on the front of the uniforms. Ogden about 45 miles south of here. The 3-1 is chopped towards short. Smith over to Van Milligan, out number 1.
That potentially, that whole at bat could have started a rally for Ogden because she went 3-0 on the hitter and Adrian. She puts her on, then you have Lecker coming up with somebody on. Do you walk her? Most teams have walked her and put her on, and then you have 2 runners on and nobody out.
In 8 plate appearances, that's the first time she's been able to swing the bat. And coaches would tell you that's why you sometimes pitch to that player, as Lecker pops it up in foul territory and Van Milligan makes the catch.
Well, you touched on it. She's been walked 7 times here in this tournament, and she scored 4 runs. So every time they've put her on, she's come around to score. That tells you that the rest of the team that hits behind her and around her, they know the challenge. That was the key. Know what the challenge is, accept the challenge. If they walk our home run hitter, then we have to pick up the slack, and they've done that all season.
The pitch to Jenna Palmer is a strike, and it's evened up at a ball and a strike. And sometimes a team, when they had that experience at the state level one year, they're like, okay, we made it behind a good player, but we need to have as solid of a lineup, the 1-1 as swung on and missed as you can. And Lecker is a difference maker. And it's been up to Jenna Palmer. Coach Moses says she has been huge this year for us in making teams pay when they walk. Denali. That pitch is high.
Well, that's what you have to do. If you know you're hitting behind that hitter and they're going to pitch around her or just intentionally put her on, she's going to get some pitches to hit, and she's taking advantage of that.
Chopper towards right. Couple extra bounces. The 8th grader Benish over to Van Milligan. Ogden goes 1-2-3 in the first. So now the Bulldogs will go out into the field as North Lynn will go collect their bats and helmets and get ready to hit against this defensive lineup, which is Lauren Kennedy, Jenna Palmer, and Helena Nelson. Gabby Ross at third, Meredith Adrian at short, Braniff at second, and Hannah Dutcher at first. The catcher is Faith Moore, and the pitcher is Denali Lecker. She's 19-2 on the season, 148 strikeouts. Opponents batting 186, and her ERA is 1.45. She is going into the Big Ten, and she's going to pitch and she's going to hit. She wants to do them both, said that was important to her. And this is the lineup she'll face: Hannah Bridgewater, Caitlin Sommerfeld, Abby Flanagan, Grace Flanagan, Jill Smith, Ray Van Milligan, Gallery Lemley, and Benish. In the consolation game, Louisa Muscatine knocked out Northeast 8-0. That game has completed. To our right, to the east, we're on Diamond 1. Championship Diamond, Laura. North Lynn, they know the way to win a state championship. Let's see what they do here in their first at-bat.
Well, they certainly have the experience, so you would believe that they are calm, ready to go, know what they need to do to win the title.
Bridgewater, a .522 hitter. And that pitch from Lecker is a strike. She's up 0-2. We'll look at Lecker in a little bit in her super slow-mo feature coming up later. That'll be kind of a fun one to see.
Yeah, that's going to be when you break it down and see it in slow motion and see the mechanics of both of these pitchers. I think you're going to see the reason that they're so good, and it's because they do have the good mechanics, the good arm whip, the good push off, the good spin, the drop ball right there that worked away from the leadoff hitter.
Bridgewater is out on strikes on the swing and miss for the first out. So Caitlin Sommerfeld will bat after watching that at-bat of Bridgewater.
That's a ball that is down in the zone, and you, as a hitter, have to be disciplined to let that one go. It was out of the zone, but she offered at it and records the first out.
Sommerfeld offers. The junior has scored 35 runs this season. She's 2 for 3 against Ridgeview and 2 for 3 against Northeast. She's trying to go 2 for 3 in this championship game, and she fouls that pitch behind.
We see what she can do from the left side. The first pitch, she tried to run up on it, bunt it. Now she swings away. The defense is going to have to adjust a little bit. They are playing in a few steps, knowing that she does have the speed, that she can lay it down, handles the bat really well, and can make a snap decision when that pitch is coming to her.
That is a called third strike on Sommerfeld.
Couldn't make a split-second decision on that pitch. It got to her in a hurry, right, let her high. She tried to crouch down, but it was in the zone for strikeout number 2.
Abby Flanagan will bat.
Stay out of the box for a minute, okay? Catcher love, you know. How you doing, buddy? You all right?
I think Moore took one off the top of the shoe tops, and you can hear home plate umpire Jason Slater talking to her, giving her a little time to recuperate from that glancing blow.
1 strike.
Lecker has her pitch. Goes up high on Flanagan. This is one of those premier matchups right here, hitter and pitcher. These next 2 batters for North Lynn are good hitters. Abby now gets ahead as that one goes low. So Lecker going all over the zone here, trying to hit some of those spots and corners, kind of test the strike zone, see where it is. Swung on and missed.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
Well, she will throw a lot of different pitches. We've seen her down in the zone, up in the zone. She does have a change, but she feels like her drop ball is her best pitch, and we've seen that a couple of times.
There's a little disagreement on what pitch is her best. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Well hit by Flanagan, punched to right for a base hit. Boy, that ball came in and went out in a hurry. The 2-out hit for Abby Flanagan brings in Grace.
Well, that's what you get when you get power against power. Good job of staying with those hands back, keeping the weight back, and then driving the ball, taking it to right field, and we now get the courtesy runner for Abby Flanagan.
Evelyn Robinson. Pencil that one in.
14 for 18. With the pitcher or the catcher? Pitcher. And the number was? 14. 14?
Yep.
Okay, we got that in the first inning. Thank you.
So Robinson is
14.
a freshman.
14,
and there you heard the
courtesy.
exchange between Marv Porter and Jason Slater, as both the umpire and the coach are mic'd up. I get a little lazy sometimes because I just sit and listen to them. Oh, that's right, I got to say something, don't I?
Ball.
Not when they're speaking. I lay out. I'm told to lay out and let them talk. And like last game, there was a good exchange there. We hadn't really listened to the coaches too much. There just wasn't a lot of opportunity in that fast-moving game. The 1-0 pitch to Grace is a ball. And here's what I'm looking forward to most, Laura, is I'm looking to hear one of those Marvisms. He's famous for these sayings with the team.
I think that's a good knee.
Well, he's been around a long time, and, you know, you get coaches that have been around the business a long time. It's kind of like the Yogi Berra-isms that just come out of their mouth, and you just look at him and you go, you really said that? And then it sticks around for a while. You know, it becomes a saying.
Apparently this year it's do the little things. There's nothing harmful in that one. That's a pretty harmless statement. The 1-2 coming to Grace Flanagan. Up in the zone, swings right through it, and that's the 3rd out. All 3 outs. Lecker strikes out the side.
That one up in the zone, that's the one that you have a hard time laying off of. If you're a hitter, you see that right in your eyes, and you know in your mind you can just drive that out of the park.
Okay.
I got all insides.
Okay. Just be ready. Let's go.
Yeah.
You can all hit her. Let's go. Go get it.
All right, here's on 3, 1, 2, 3, hits!
And to say that Coach Moses, I mean, yeah, it only says 16 years. He's been coaching a lot longer than that and has been around athletics, and he's coached at pretty much every level. And how they got here, this is how the Class 2A field sorted out this season. North Lynn knocked out Ridgeview, and Central Springs was downed by Northeast. And then Louisa Muscatine with a one-hitter in that ball game, but Ogden knocked out Mount Ayr. And then Ogden scored 4 runs in the 6th to send out Louisa Muscatine, and then North Lynn was able to set a 2A tournament record for most home runs in a game, and then set the whole tournament with 5 home runs and a 10-1 win over Northeast. We talked about that a little bit ago. So any home run that North Lynn hits is going to be added to that total. The home run has changed this game. There was a discussion this week, Laura, about, you know, maybe the fence needs to go out a little bit. The small ball is, it's either even the parks seem small. Here it's 200. A lot of these fields are 180. That extra 20 feet means a lot.
Well, I think the way that the athletes now get in the weight room, they do it a little bit differently than the softball players that came before them. And they're stronger, they're bigger, they have better mechanics. I mean, now it's all analytics and how do you do things, how do you get the launch angle and bat speed, and there's a lot of things that come into play with hitting. And maybe it wouldn't be a bad thing to move the fences back another, I don't know, what are we, 200 here?
200.
Back to 210, 220 maybe down the lines, and bump that center field out a little bit further.
Reagan Church is down 1-2. Swings through it for strike 3. First strikeout of the game for Abby Flanagan. Well, we still see the fundamental is on pitching as we get a look at that strike 3. But it's still about putting the ball in play. Bunt. Saw it in the last game. Teams trying to get that bunt down. North Lynn hasn't had to do a lot of small ball in this run. They've just hit and found gaps.
You know, and it was interesting talking with Grace Flanagan after the semifinal game, and just asked, you know, what was different? Why the power explosion? And she said, you know, being behind the plate, she realized catching that first half inning that the strike zone was going to be very tight. And she was able to let the team know, hey, here's where they're going to get the calls. This is where the pitcher's going to have to put the ball. And we know it's going to be in that zone, so swing away and hit through that zone. And they did. And she said now on the reverse side, Abby got a little frustrated with strike zone because she wasn't maybe getting all the calls that she thought she should. And she said, I know when to go out and talk to her, and I know when to stay back behind the plate. But I thought that was interesting that, you know, picking that up, being behind the plate, really figuring out where that zone was right away in the first half inning, and then letting her teammates know about it.
There's a look at Grace. She too going to DMAC, but she is going to do something different. She's going to play a different sport. She's going to play basketball.
Well, several of these players were on that state championship basketball team not too long ago, just a few short months ago, and an opportunity to follow up that state title in basketball with a state title in softball. You've got some athletes here that had to make a decision on what they wanted to pursue after high school.
Dutcher draws the 1-out walk, and that'll bring in Gabby Ross, the senior, playing third. Coach Moses is hoping that, you know, this tournament Gabby Ross can break out. I just need her to get that bat going, and it worked. Against Louisa Muscatine, she had 2 RBIs, and they won by 2. So you could say she was a difference maker in that game. Smacks it out of play to the right side.
I think everybody up and down this Ogden lineup has had to be a difference maker, and knowing that Lecker, more often than not throughout this entire season, is going to get the free pass to first base. And so they've taken it upon themselves to say, okay, go ahead and put her on, because you know what? We're going to drive her around. And they have done that here in this tournament so far. Every time she's gotten on, with the exception of one time, Lecker has come around to score.
And I know you were looking for that stat in the book of how many times. That's just not one of those analytics that's kept of, at least at the high school level, on a consistent basis. You'd have to dig on all those intentional passes before they score. Right now, Abby Flanagan is up 1-2 on Gabby Ross. Change up, rise, change. What was that? That looked more, it started change up, but then the way it went, it looked more rise ball that just missed.
I think it was rise ball and just got out of the zone. And good patience at the plate by Ross.
Swings at it and gets past third. It gets past Gallery into left field where Sommerfeld throws it in. And the Bulldogs have 2 aboard with 1 out.
Now that was an off-speed pitch that she went down almost just ankle level and able to slip it between shortstop and third.
Again, being able to recognize what that pitch is. Let's see what Faith Moore can do here. Smacks it. That's going to get down, and that's going to likely score the game's first run. Chugging around to score is Dutcher. Into third is Ross. And Faith Moore has a RBI double to break the scoring drought.
This whole team has just confidently gone to the plate, not been intimidated. Good job at the plate, brought the hands in to get the big part of the bat through the zone, makes great contact, finds the gap.
Moore gets a hand from the blue and black fans, and going in to run for her is Reagan Cruzy. So Cruzy and...
Hey, we're good. Here we go. Here we go. Right.
As the quick conference in the circle is done for North Lynn, and Lauren Kennedy will face Abby Flanagan here. Flanagan didn't even know she'd given up a hit in that no-hitter until I said, what'd you think of throwing a no-hitter at state? She goes, what? She didn't even know. She said, I don't look at that stuff. When you're in a zone like that, especially when you're throwing a no-hitter, Laura, you are in a zone because clearly something's working. There could be pink dinosaurs all around, and you wouldn't see them if you're pitching as well as she was.
No, and that's the kind of focus that you have to have, and that's what she needs to have here in this inning now to get them out of this jam.
And pink dinosaurs, by the way, would be on message for the
Correct.
Union. But there are dinosaurs in the North Line dugout.
Right.
We'll talk about that in a little bit. I guess when I have a certain word in the back of my head, you never know what the word sandwich that gets put together. That one slapped, fielded in fair territory, thrown wide at first. Ross is going to score. They're going to hold Cruzy at third. They got her hung up, but they'll just chase her back and make her dive in. Lauren Kennedy went the other way with the slap.
We were second and third.
That ball sails on Gallery. She did the right thing. She turned and looked the runner back, and then that ball sailed. And that allows one run to score, and Coach Moses was...
So who's this girl?
She was the one that was on first. So we're good.
It was second and third.
It was second and third. So she needs to
go,
score.
but she stays at 2.
Correct. Correct.
They're going to send Cruzy home.
Are they going to say the ball went into the that went to the out area? They must have went into the camera well.
The ball went in the media box.
It went into the media box. You hear Jason Slater explain that to the catcher, what happened. So Ross scores. Moore stays at second. Hit or an error. So Gallery, it was off from the get-go. And then, yep, there it is, right into the, and that is an area drawn. Just might well make that a wall. First pitch to Braniff is swung on and missed. So now Ogden has scored 3 runs as Kennedy is at second. Swung on and missed by Braniff. She's a .235 hitter, 9th batter. 6th Bulldog to bat here in the second. Swung on and missed. Strike 3, and Braniff is out. Second out of the inning, second strikeout of the inning for Flanagan.
That's exactly what Northland needed. Rise ball up in the zone, able to shut down Braniff. It's what they needed. Perfect pitch at the perfect time to try to get them out of this mess.
Top of the lineup for Ogden, Meredith Adrian. .397 hitter on the season, 8 RBIs. Her job is to get on base in that leadoff spot. Some coaches put their best hitter in that leadoff spot. This one is get her on and get her over and hope the girl sitting on deck can maybe hit her around, either easily or as part of a double.
When you have all different kinds of table setters in your lineup, and this is not the speedy one, the one that gets on and steals bases, but she just gets on. She knows how to get on in front of Denali Lecker. And it's going to be interesting if she gets walked here. Because then do you go ahead and pitch to Lecker, or do you load him up?
Called strike on 3-0.
3 balls, 1 strike.
They kind of did this cat and mouse game in their first at bat with Adrian. And it resulted in a ground out to shortstop.
Flanagan.
Hey, Jason, did she swing?
They check with the first base umpire, no swing, so Adrian is on.
We'll get another look and see that ball's in the dirt. And it looks like she did hold back. She kept those wrists strong.
And they're gonna pitch to Lecker. First pitch, swung on, left field, all the way to the wall. A run's gonna score. Heading to third, the throw, not in time. Lecker, a double, scores another run. 4-0 Ogden. She just smacked it, Laura.
You know, we're finally getting a chance to see her swing the bat. And that's a reason you can see the bat speed, the level, the eye level change, and how she adjusted in that bat and just hits a rope down the line.
9th Ogden batter this inning is Jenna Palmer, and Flanagan gets ahead with a 1-strike pitch. 4-4-0 for Ogden. 0-1-1 for North Lynn. Speed goes high, throw down to third, not in time.
Hey, way to play the game.
Adrian gets back. Good throw there by Grace.
1-1.
Maybe thinking the Bulldogs were a little too aggressive there and wanted to catch them sleeping.
Well, and I think North Lynn's trying to make that play, too, to get out of the inning as well. So a lot of confidence on the Bulldogs' side of the field. So, yeah, you can gamble a little bit. You can be aggressive. And North Lynn just trying to get out of it.
Flanagan's just going right after Palmer.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
You can't really tell off of Abby's face if she's up 4 or down 4. That pitch goes. A lot of times those players with the, the steal emotions, you can't tell. That's the same look she had when she was throwing the no-hitter the other night.
Well, and that's a sign of a good pitcher, just trying to keep it together, not letting her emotions get the best of her, and she's asking her sister, hey, where was that pitch? Will you ask the umpire? Was it a little too low, a little too high? Where in the zone, right, left? And so they did have a quick conversation. And it sounds like she's going to have to bring that pitch up just a little bit to get it into the bottom part of the zone.
The only time North Lynn allowed 4 runs this year was back on the 2nd of July against Calamus Wheatland. That was a 14-4 win.
Well, North Lynn's usually a team that is accustomed to scoring lots of runs. They average 11 runs a game. So they know how to put crooked numbers up on the scoreboard.
Hit in that dead area between 2nd and 1st in time. Benish to Van Milligan to get Church out, but not before Ogden scores 4. Good inning for Ogden. And it's been an interesting year just because we're getting a chance to play. And as fans and parents and players are making their way to the park, they've noticed signs, and in the dugout and in the stands, there's different indications that this is a different year. There's been some distancing. Even when you stand in the line at the concession area, and the players, some of them in masks, some fans in masks. And it has just been a year that started late, reduced in size. 2 teams did not play from schools of 335. 11 teams had their seasons ended early, as 26 teams were impacted, but we had no confirmed cases of anybody this week. And there you see some masks in the stands. And when you're crossing over from, from different schools, I've seen that, there's been a lot of mingling with the same group of people from the same town. That's where it is. But one of the hats there was an R, so that was not a hat that matched either of these teams. So I've not been around these people. And it's just been an interesting year, and we're just glad we got to play.
Oh, everybody's so happy that we had the opportunity to play. I know it gave a lot of people the opportunity to get out of the house and watch some softball over the last 6 weeks, go support their local high school and have something to do. And that was a big part of it. It was a big part for all of these seniors being able to finish their career on the softball diamond. A lot of reasons that softball should have been played, and baseball is being played as well this same week.
Jill Smith swings and fouls it off herself.
Don't see that very often.
So it's a ball and a strike.
1 in a million.
Both baseball and softball having the shortened season. We had the governor here earlier. Governor Kim Reynolds was in attendance as that changeup goes out. And it was a bold step that she made. No other state. Iowa was the last to have basically that boys 4A championship basketball game was the last action we had. Well hit towards left. It's going to get past Kennedy and left all the way to the wall. Jill Smith is in with a double. You think the Lynx were worried in the dugout? No, Smith says.
No, we can score some runs. As I said, they average almost 11 runs a game. And even though they're down 4-0, they think, well, you know what? We can score 6, 7, 8, 9 runs. So we'll spot you 4, see if we can come back on you. And that's a good start for North Lynn.
And it's been the bottom of the order that had a couple of those home runs against Northeast in the semifinals. That bunt is put down and it's foul. Coming in to charge it was Dutcher. So they're charging at the corners for Ray Van Milligan, another one of those seniors.
And that last pitch was right at her. She squared to bunt, that rise ball that you can't get down and get on top of.
Here's the sign, bunt. Oh, but I know a rise ball's coming. How am I supposed to do that? Shows bunt. Pulls it back, fouls it right above us.
Well, with 2 strikes, you just have to be able to protect, shorten up that swing, choke up a little bit on the bat, put this ball in play.
The 0-2 from Lecker is low. Smith looks to get a couple of steps. Fished out of the dirt by Moore, who had the big hit to start the tide of water. Hit towards third, across to first. Ross to Dutcher. Runner, though, moves to third.
Smith got a huge jump off of second, but nobody over at second covering up, and just go ahead and get the out. You want to get some outs right now, and don't throw the ball around a lot. Make sure of the 1 out, even though that runner was allowed to get to third base.
And I know it's only in the second, but you can trade outs for runs when you're up 4. I mean, you need those outs. I know that's a late game strategy thing, but if you clear the bases and get the out or whatever, it can reset a team, and then we're up 4-1 is what you're thinking. But you're right. Getting that out is extremely important. That's the name of the game.
Yeah, you want to make sure you get the out. Otherwise, you may be standing no outs, runners at the corners, and then that moves that momentum back over to the opponent's dugout. But, you know, Ross could have easily run at Smith, but there was nobody there at second base, so she made the right decision.
Pitch is low from Lecker to Natalie Gallery. Gallery was 2 for 3 against Northeast, and she had one of those 5 home runs. The 2-1, swung on and missed. The Northland fans at that semifinal game, it was down on Veterans Field, and they were feeling that inning when they just blew it open with those home runs, and that was a different kind of a cheer every time somebody hit a home run. Popped up, but foul.
Well, there were so many of them. You know, you had to change your cheer tone. I mean, there was one right after another. It was crazy, and I talked to Coach Porter afterwards, and I said, you know, where'd that come from? Where'd the power explosion? He goes, oh, gosh, we could have had 7. He goes, we had a couple right to the fence, and he goes, I'm never satisfied. We probably should have had 7 in that ball game.
Pitch is low to Gallery. And the count is 3-2. So, pretty good spot here for North Lynn.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
Let's see where they try to go against Gallery. Swung on and missed. They went out for the second out.
Northland team making Lecker work. There's that drop ball, the one that she really likes. It's her go-to pitch, keeps it down in the zone.
That'll bring in Jenna Lemley, the sophomore designated player. The bottom 3 of the order had the home run. Jenna Lemley was one of them. That was number 3 on the season for her. That pitch is low.
Outside, out level.
Yeah, they had everybody contribute to the home run parade in that ball game.
The 2-0 is a strike. Moore might have helped that framing just a little bit.
I think she brought it up just enough to be able to catch Jason Slater's eye.
Can't hurt to try. That pitch is out.
Swing.
Check swing, no.
I'm outside on that. Okay. 3 balls, 1 strike.
I really like the give and take between Jason Slater back behind the plate. He makes both catchers feel comfortable. And that's, I think, part of the umpire's job, not only to call the game, but to be able to work with that catcher in tandem on both sides and make sure everybody's doing what they need to do and explain things as they go along.
One is protecting the other and working with the other.
Yeah. He's doing a great job.
The 3-2 pitch is low. Lemley aboard, so there's 2 on with 2 out. And the 8th grader, Skylar Benish, comes up. First walk of the game for Lecker. Benish. First varsity home run was the home run against Northeast. She was the 3rd of 3. She bats here with a huge chance to make this game a whole lot closer. 435 hitter. And when you're an 8th grader playing with this lineup, Laura, talk about good experience, and you know she can play.
So if she's in the lineup, you know she can play, because there's a lot of good athletes on this North Lynn team. No, I looked out Adrian and Braniff discussing out there, what are they going to do? How are they going to cover second base if the runner over at first decides to go? So good communication between the two. They were working it out after the first pitch, making sure they knew who had the coverage at the plate, who was maybe going to cut in front and cut that throw short so they could make the play at the plate. But you got to like the way that they're talking and working together out there.
Fly ball hit to right, back on it, tracking it, and making the catch is Nelson. To end the threat, North Lynn leads a pair.
Tell them when it crosses the batter, not the catcher's man. All right, hey.
Good catch.
Everybody's on her. Everybody is on her. Okay, there's a lot of game left. We got to stay even keeled. Don't get too excited. Okay? Keep after her. Keep the pressure on them. Yep. Keep the pressure on her. Keep the pressure on them. Here we go.
So there's the adjustment, talking about where some of these pitches are going, if they're high, if they're low. And this is Abby Flanagan. There you see her spin the 1. And that was a different spin again, Laura. What else you see?
I just see that, you know, she's got different grips. She's got great rotation, keeps those shoulders square, and is able to locate her pitches.
Again, you can't tell if she's up or down in the game right now with that face.
She knows, she knows that she's got the stuff to get through this lineup. She trusts the defense behind her, and she knows that they certainly have the bats to be able to produce some runs. So no panic in Flanagan or this team as of right now. And, you know, one of the things that Coach Porter told me too is, you know, first time around in the order, they don't always jump on the pitcher. It's usually that second time around that when they get that second look at their opponent, they start producing the runs.
Well, and we talked about that during the 3A game, and I was going to follow you up with that and say, you see that a lot with the good teams. It might even be 1 or 2 pitches. And that batter who just got done says to the on-deck person, rise out. Or, you know, just says like 3 words, and it just helps understand. That was a great pitch by Abby Flanagan.
That was a great pitch, and it was one that Dutcher was ready for it, and boy, she had the bat out there, but even before the ball made it to the plate and she pulled it back, maybe trying to get a second swipe at it.
Swung on and missed, strike 3. Dutcher out. Third strikeout of the game for Dutcher.
Great location. Just that upper corner of the zone.
Ross had the first Ogden hit last inning. And she bats with the bases empty here. She eventually came around to score. I don't think there's a pitch she doesn't like.
You know, good hitters and good contact hitters, ones that can really smash the ball. They've got a little bit more free swing in them and will go after pitches, but she makes good contact as well.
The 1-1 to Ross is swung on and missed. And Ross said, you know, in practice, I got to face Denali sometimes. That's no fun. That stinks. What's her best pitch? I think it's her rise. And that's not what Denali thinks is her best pitch.
No, she thinks the drop ball. We told her that, and she goes, oh, man. No, my drop ball is my best pitch. I said, well, maybe that's why you strike her out so much in batting practice, because she thinks your rise ball is your best.
But if you're going to get a good chance to face a good pitcher, it's good to have it on your team. Flanagan's not too bad either. She winds and fires on this 2-2 pitch, and it's fouled out of play.
Get that girl a glove.
Couldn't see it, but it sounds like somebody made a nice catch up there in the stands.
The Ogden fans you saw there in the black shirts. On this upper or lower 80-degree day, it is beautiful. Light breeze. The pitch is smacked down and all the way to the wall. Digging for second. It's going to be close, but not close enough. Gabby Ross, 2 for 2 here today in this 2A championship game with a double.
Just went with that pitch and finds the gap in right field. It gets all the way to the fence, and they make it very close at second base as they hustle and get the ball in. And Ross arrives just one step ahead of the ball.
Faith Moore, she had the RBI double in the second. That's from the left side.
Good off-speed pitch. Just covers it up so well, you don't really see it coming. And these hitters out on that front foot just wave right through that off-speed pitch.
The 0-2 popped foul, just got a piece of it. She got contact, and that's what Coach Moses says she is. She's a contact hitter. As we've seen in several games, it doesn't matter if it's state or not. You put that ball in play, make the defense earn it.
Yeah, and that's what you're thinking right now, too. And even if you can get one to the right side to move that and advance that runner to third base.
And if you can waste enough pitches and frustrate the pitcher, maybe you can get one of those 0-2 pitches down the middle and send it flying.
Yeah, at some point, you know, if you battle up there and you keep fouling pitches off, eventually you might get one in the zone that you can put into play, find a gap, move the runner, or maybe even score that runner.
The 0-2 again. Change up, popped up. That's not going to get anybody across. It's going to be a pop out. Skylar Benish makes the play. So Lauren Kennedy reached on an error that ended up sending 2 runs in. Another lefty. Slaps at it.
And they make that adjustment defensively.
Yep, Gallery comes in at third.
Benish comes in pretty much even with the pitcher. And it looks like Van Milligan staying back on around the first base area. So trying to cut down the angles for the lefty slapper.
So if you're Kennedy, you're trying to put it about where the umpire is standing between first and second.
And we saw that happen in the first game.
Yep.
Where he got a pitch up and were able to just drop it over the charging infield.
Slapped foul just enough.
Stay out of the box for a minute, okay?
Now, one thing that Flanagan's trying to do right here, she's been 0-2 on these last 2 batters, but it's been tough getting that 3rd strike without some effort.
2 strikes.
Sometimes that 3rd strike is oh so tough. But a good pitcher like Flanagan can get it done. The 0-2. Rise ball, swung on and missed by Kennedy. And that ends the Ogden 3rd. So Denali Lecker, we've talked about her hitting. Pitching's not too bad either. This is the one we wanted to really see. She's got some power. Let's see it super slow-mo.
Well, and the University of Iowa has recruited her, #1 for her hitting, but you have to believe that they're going to let her throw some innings for them next softball season as she turns the hips a little bit more, gets a little bit more spin on her ball. She's a pitcher that works and works and works all the time, not only on her hitting, but on her pitching as well.
I gotta say, talking strategy with her, she was one of the other ones that I thought, just listening to her discuss the game, her understanding of so many aspects of it was so impressive to me. There are just some players that, you know, are destined to be coaches or just destined to be great players. She's one of them.
But, you know, the other thing, I totally agree with you. And I think the other thing, you know, we talked to her a little bit about pitching and when she started pitching. And she said she was probably around 10 years old when she was told that she wouldn't be a very good pitcher.
I was just gonna say, I got a follow-up. What?
Yeah.
How's that possible?
And we said, well, what was it why were you told you weren't going to be a good pitcher? Well, I wasn't very accurate. I wasn't very fast, didn't have a whole lot of speed. And, you know, when somebody tells me that I can't do something, it makes me want to do it all the more. And that's, I think, why she's really worked so hard at being and becoming the pitcher that she is. Same way with hitting as well.
Hannah Bridgewater, foul. Down the left field line.
Yeah, I asked her about hitting too, and we'll talk about that in a little bit when she's at the plate and take a look at what she does when she steps in the box and how she approaches every at-bat when she gets to see pitches.
The drop, the rise, the change are solid. But I think she can also bring the fastball too.
I think you just saw it right there.
Yeah, right on cue. They gotta get Bridgewater on. She is a great athlete, 4-sport athlete for Northland. She's trying to run her way on to first or at least get there with a hit. That one's high. She's qualified for state in 4 sports: cross country, basketball, track and field, and softball.
Won titles in basketball and softball, looking to add another softball title.
She's one of those players. I asked Coach Porter, what do you say to her? What's it like to coach him? I don't say anything to him. Him and the Flanagans. He goes, there's nothing you can tell them. I mean, they're so good. I goes, I'm not going to be able to help them. Hit up the middle. Lecker fields the position, tosses over to Dutcher, 1 away. But I tell you what, Bridgewater was there and only out by half a step.
Yeah, she's got speed and leads the entire state, all classes in stolen bases. So they would like to get her on. Talk about table setters and leadoff hitters. Different for both of these teams, as Bridgewater is the speedster, and she's the one that can manufacture runs.
Sommerfeld lays down the bunt. Lecker fields throws and throws over to Braniff, who is covering.
Everybody on the defense jumped all over that one quickly. They were on their toes, ready to pounce. Lecker gets over there and makes a good throw.
Here's Abby Flanagan, last year's 2A All-Tournament team captain. Watches the first pitch drop into the zone. She singled her last time, and it was a laser to right. That one's chopped. Lecker reaches, throws, gets it. 1, 2, 3, go the Lynx. All of them retired. Lecker to whoever was covering first. As we go to the 4th. Hello, I'm Paul Yeager. This evening, for one night only, Market to Market moves to Iowa PBS World so you can watch the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union Championships on Iowa PBS. So if you just want to watch Market to Market, switch over to Iowa PBS World on our .3 channel tonight at 8, or catch us online anytime at iowapbs.org.
Side the defender was fantastic. Withheld the challenge. Lots of strength.
Variant with a defender right on her and Brown.
Waterfully on the volley, left foot. Dipped it up as we have a look at this. What a brilliant delivery by William. Brown coming in.
This evening at 9:30 on Iowa PBS.
Ogden put 4 across in the second, and that's the game's only scoring. 4-4-0 for the Bulldogs. 0-2-1 for the Lynx. Abby Flanagan back into the circle. Grace throws it down to second. There's your view from behind home and the Iowa PBS Sports crew all over the diamond. We've got cameras on first and third and out in center and behind the plate. Even little ones on Laura and myself. I'm Paul Yeager, that's Laura Leonard. And we're almost to the halfway point of our day as we go to the top of the 4th here in this Class 2A championship game. That first pitch is hit down the right field line and foul out of play. Amber Braniff, Meredith Adrian, and Denali Lecker due up for the Bulldogs. Braniff struck out back in the second.
A lot of times teams like that second table setter at that number 9 position to turn the lineup over, get some speed on the bases from that number 9 position, and made some good contact on the first pitch. So Flanagan comes right back after with that second pitch.
Let's see what Flanagan does on the 0-2 here.
Ball.
It's high.
One ball.
Forgive me if you hear the umpire calls at home. I always ask for the umpire microphone to be put into my headset, and I never know if it's actually heard at home. But it is so fascinating to hear because, as we mentioned, some umpires will say up, down, in, out, high, and it just gives you a sense of where things are at. It's that, we talk about that give and take, and that's what's so fun. It's always, this sport is a game within a game.
Well, it helps the catcher and work with her pitcher and knowing where the zone is and what they need to do, how they need to attack each hitter, and then it helps the hitter as well because, you know, sometimes you'll see a hitter offer at a pitch and then they'll turn around and ask the umpire, was that in the zone or did I just swing it? And you know, and so there's always that give and take between those 3 people at the plate, the catcher, the hitter, and the umpire.
Come on in there.
And at times you hear him trying to speed up the game.
We're out of time here. We're out of time here. Tell her to move.
The 2-2 pitch is coming. Nice pitch. That's what they would say, freeze her. Wow.
Well, she gets frozen. Strikeout number 5. That one just floats.
Just flitters. Yeah.
There's a couple of getting close, but that one's just a reminder in between. Yeah, buddy.
Flanagan. I've been reading about the Flanagans for years, as freshmen, sophomores, juniors, seniors. Just, you know, you kind of, as we cover basketball and softball, you just knew these 2 sisters. because we had North Lynn at state basketball during the Nicole Miller era, and you just heard Coach Wheatley say, yeah, but I got these twins coming. I got this class, and this is the class he was referring to. And it worked out in basketball, it worked out in softball, and they're trying to do it again here in this 2A championship game, but you got to see what they're made of. They're down 4-0 in the fourth. Flanagan, and that was one of the stories. Great reporter Jeff Linder of the Cedar Rapids Gazette, he knew about these girls and had featured them a time or two in some stories, and that ball is fouled away. And the boys basketball team pretty good at the same time. The Hilmer brothers, they had one that went to Upper Iowa and playing a couple of sports. They have another one now. North Lynn, north of Cedar Rapids, Lynn being Lynn County.
It'd be similar to North Polk.
Yeah.
Polk County, North Polk County, a little north of it's Ankeny.
Yep.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Nice pitch from Flanagan to get the strikeout of Adrian. So that's a good pitch, and that'll bring in Lecker. So if you're a neighbor of the Leckers in Ogden, there's a good chance you've probably had a batting practice ball thrown or hit into your yard. And it might not be a very big ball. She pops that first one up a mile high, and it's going to go thump behind us. Her dad throws her batting practice, and everybody sees it. It's out in the street.
And it's small balls. It's smaller than a softball. That's what makes her eyes so good. And I asked her, I said, what do you look at when you're in the box? What are you looking at? She goes, I look at her hip, the pitcher's hip, and then I look to locate the seams so I can see what kind of spin is on the ball. That is impressive because that is hard to do. And if you can see those seams in the rotation on the ball, and there are certain hitters that can do that, and they're good hitters like she is. But that's the process that she's gone through, getting all that batting practice, hitting smaller targets than normal in a softball game. That's what her dad throws to her. That's how she's become the hitter that she is.
And anytime anybody says, I look at the seams, I go, well, you obviously have some pretty darn good eyesight that you're able to tell that. The 2-1 to Lecker. Off speed is hit a mile high. That thing is nearly out of the entire park. Home run, Denali Lecker. She absolutely crushed that one to left field.
Well, she's trying to chase down Kendall Lindemann. I don't think she's going to get many more opportunities to try to do it. She needed 5 home runs coming into this tournament to at least tie Kendall Lindemann for the all-time home run leader in the state of Iowa. That one was crushed, and you know, I parked out that way, and I thought we should be safe parking out here. That ball might have come close to clearing that second fence out there.
Let's do it.
Well, we talked about moving the fences in. Even if you are moving them out, you would have had to have moved those back 30 to 40 feet to catch that one. Pitch comes back to Flanagan from Palmer, and the Bulldogs go down here in the fourth, but not before a home run from Lecker.
Come on.
Sometimes you just don't have to say much. They know you're down 5-0.
Thanks, buddy.
In Fort Dodge, you'll find public art painted on the side of a grain silo. This has been done over the last couple of years along the Des Moines River, and our Iowa PBS drone has flown around this thing a number of times, depicting the hardworking American farmer and the farm worker and the worker in general. It is a sight to see both on television and in person. Here on television, we have a softball game. It's the middle of the fourth. Ogden, they lead North Lynn 5-0. This is the Class 2A state championship game. You're watching Iowa PBS. It's Friday afternoon, now Friday evening, the 31st of July. What a way to end the month.
Where'd it go? Gone so quickly. However, I think you'd talk to a lot of people and they'd say, you know what, let's get 2020 out of here. It's been kind of a strange year for everything, but I think everybody here around the ballpark is happy to be here in Fort Dodge watching a little softball, great softball, and just the opportunity to be out and about.
First pitch to Grace Flanagan is hit a mile high towards left field. Right at the line is Lauren Kennedy, and Flanagan is out on one pitch. Make that a capital F for fly ball there in your scorebook. That'll bring in Jill Smith, the sophomore, who had a double in her last at-bat. Smith, a sophomore. There are going to be parts for this Northland team next year to build around, and Smith is one of them. But it will be a different coach, as Marv Porter said, that's it, I'm done. I'm getting closer to 80. I'm having trouble hitting the ball out of the infield on infield, outfield. I think it's time.
I think he's done such an amazing job and sticking with this game and being part of a program and building that program into a contender year in and year out. And
come on, 1-9.
He's a man of few words, but he gets his point across. And I know these kids really love playing for him. And he said, you know what? I don't have to tell these kids, and you mentioned it, I don't have to tell them a lot. They know what they need to do. I don't have to do a lot of coaching. And he's one of those that does not call the pitches.
Right.
Let's the Flanagans call the game on their own. And he said, I don't need to do that. They know what the heck they're doing out there. So, but a good guy that's been around the game for a long time and paid his dues, and we will certainly miss seeing him around the softball diamond.
Said he really enjoys the kids, and you have to when you do this. Hit towards third, a rocket. Ross sticks the glove down, throws across to Dutcher, and Smith is out.
That's why it's called the hot corner, because you get hot shots like that, and all you have to do is defend yourself. And Ross did. She got the glove down, and the ball found her glove, and she makes a strong throw.
Coach calls her a good glove, strong arm at that corner, and she showed it right there.
Got to have the good reflexes, too, and she showed that off.
She's also had the good bat this game, 2 for 2. The 0-1 hit towards third. Marv kicks at it. Marv had his former co-worker, who was a Pepsi driver along with him, at the game on Tuesday, and they had a chance to catch up. You know, that job is one where you do interact with a lot of people, and you are in and out of a lot of businesses, and I'm sure there's plenty of people in that area of the state. Might not know him from softball, but they know the Pepsi guy.
Absolutely, and you know, you build those relationships. I was in sales for a long time, and you build those relationships and you get to know your customers. And he even said,
are you kidding me?
That's a great play right there.
Adrian dives, not even to her feet, throws across to Dutcher. We got to see that one again. Just the stop. And then the throw to get Van Milligan out by a step. Wow. We'll go to the 5th when we come back.
George Bush took office at the beginning of 3 years of nonstop foreign policy crises.
Things were moving so fast on the ground.
That's a way to do it if you're going to do it right.
The liberation of Eastern Europe and the reunification of Germany, victory in the Cold War, the collapse of the Soviet Union. You talk about closure.
Tuesday evening at 9 on Iowa PBS.
This month in Passport, your on-demand library of the best of PBS.
Great private detectives.
Still the same old Frankie.
Staying out of trouble?
Well, where's the fun in that?
George Bush hardly had a chance. Almost out of the gate, he's hit with 9/11.
Our team of spy creatures reveal the astonishing variety of life across the globe.
These and other shows are available with Passport. Become a member of this PBS station. Sign in and start streaming today.
Ogden is the road team. They've scored 5 runs. It was a big second and a home run in the 4th. Hello, I'm Paul Yeager. That's Laura Leonard. We're behind home and a couple of feet apart, but we can still hear each other and we're still talking softball. That's a good thing.
It is a good thing, and a great game we have going here. And I know there's been a lot of talk about Denali Lecker, and we've finally gotten her to see her swing the bat, and I think we're going to get an opportunity to see this North Lynn team provide us a big rally. They're a team that does not give up. They've been behind before, and they know how to come back, and they know what it takes to win championships. So I think we have a wild finish in store for us.
North Lynn has won 31 straight games. And that hit to the right side by Church is fielded by Van Milligan for the first out here of the 5th.
That's where all the foul balls go. See how the box bring up first baseman Hannah Dutcher. Okay.
So Hannah Dutcher will come in. She had a walk in the 2nd, struck out in the 3rd. That's here in the 5th. First pitch up the middle, base hit. Just smacked it. You know, one thing that we've heard from Coach Moses and the 2 times we've listened in to their huddle coming off, he says, you can hit her, we can hit her.
Yeah, instilling that confidence that, okay, we got to her early, and then, okay, we got 4 runs, got the home run. All right, we're on her. Now you can be really confident getting to the plate, and you just have to keep cheering your team on, keep building up that level when they get to the plate, that they know, okay, here's the zone I'm looking for. I know a pitch is going to come to me that I can drive. We're not intimidated anymore.
They might be defending champs, but we're going to make our name known. Off speed, swung through by Gabby Ross. And let's remind everyone who didn't watch Ogden Louisa Muscatine, the Bulldogs were down 4-0 in that game and came back and won 6-4. So, hey, we got a lot of softball left to play as that pitch from Flanagan is out.
And that was a situation where they remained calm. There was never any panic. They just were able to get through each inning and then finally put those 6 runs on the board.
Ross, base hit, left field. Another hit, Ross, 3 for 3.
Ross has done such a great job of handling the bat. Stays, keeps the hands back as that ball was a little off speed and down in the zone, able to stay with it and drop it into left field.
Wasn't she fun to talk to?
Yes.
I remember sitting there looking at that face going, there was such joy that she was feeling, and she was so proud of the town for all their support, and just knew it was special. And that one's hit towards short, over to 3rd for the first out. So Dutcher is out on the fielder's choice 6-5. Moore will go down to 1st. Ross to 2nd. And let's see what we're going to have here.
Make sure I do it right here. Number 4. All right, Ogden.
4 for 12.
Reagan Cruzy is going to run here for Faith Moore, the courtesy runner.
Okay, thank you. Yep. 4 courtesy catcher.
Courtesy runner number 4, Reagan Cruz running for Moore at first base. Now batting left fielder Warren Kennedy.
Cruz the look at first. Running up on it on a strike is Lauren Kennedy. 0-1. Fouled back into the bleacher area and the new netting. The new netting on this field now in its second year. And we've had these stands for a couple of years before that.
You've done a really nice job of fixing this place and adding.
Oh, ball gets past. Kennedy's is going to be on first. They're going to throw to third, down, and the out is made. Flanagan snaps it to Gallery, but not before another run scores, so it'll be 6-0 on that bang-bang series of events. Gallery threw it wide, and coming in to score was Ross, and then Flanagan. Grace threw it down to Gallery, and not able to sneak back in was Cruz. But Ogden adds another. So we go to the bottom of the fifth. And in this year of, hold on, I'm still scoring things, guys. That was a whole lot to happen, and I can't multitask, but
well,
here we go.
I will finish my thought in saying
sure.
that
when we talk about this crowd that's
Fort Dodge has done a really great job here at the Harlan Rogers Field, Hazel and Harlan Rogers Field, of fixing it up and getting more stands and having fans be able to come and spread out and come watch games, get more people here to watch really great softball. And what a perfect night for this evening to be able to be out, come support these teams, and see one heck of a show in this 2A final.
Fans are both in the middle area, and there's usually bleachers out here in the outfield, and they're still spaced in there in this section right above us. There's some media in there, there's some umpires in there, and not as much seating up above as we'll sometimes hear, which I have to admit I've enjoyed, because sometimes we'll hear a lot of stomping that goes on up above us on those metal bleachers. And that's just the way it goes sometimes. And I don't know how long this will last. Natalie Gallery here is 0 for 1 as she's ahead in this count. Gallery, Lemley, and Benish due up for North Lynn in this fifth inning.
You know, I think there's going to be things that come out of this crazy year that we're going through. I think you might see some resets in certain things that they've found well that might have worked here in this tournament, and say, hey, we may want to keep that procedure. We may want to keep that schedule. We may want to keep whatever. I think you're going to find some things here and throughout a whole lot of other things that we may keep those traditions and may reset our thought process of how we do things.
Fouled off by Gallery. And the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Just never know if they'll get the thumb right.
The complex here, the city of Fort Dodge, had made improvements to those other 2 diamonds this summer, getting ready for that expanded tournament. That one is low. That are normally the consolation diamonds. Work done to laser off those infields down below, and maybe we will see that again. It was more of the high school atmosphere that you see at your average softball field. The 2-2 is fouled off again by Gallery. And there are some fans who frankly had told me that I don't think it's right. I think we should be playing on the big diamonds with the big stands. That state. If we lose, we get it. We'll be in the consolation land. But
and I think that's a fair request as well. I mean, you worked hard to get to state, and it's the gem, it's the nugget that you go for and you look for when you start your season. That's what you want to do, is you want to get to Fort Dodge and you want to play on this diamond for the championship.
Gallery pops up to Braniff for the first out of the fifth. And that's why when Fort Dodge and Fort Dodge St. Edmunds host a tournament, teams want to come up here and play because they want that experience of playing at this complex. Smacked up the middle, that's going to be a base hit for Jenna Lemley. Nice piece of hitting. But, you know, this year, Laura, you know, we talk about the year and the weird year that it was. As I think we're going to have the flex run. And we are. It's going to be Roush come in to run. There weren't a lot of tournaments this year that involved, there weren't any tournaments on weekends that you would normally have. So it was conference games. You were able to get your conference games in, and we didn't have those crossovers. Now, if we go 2 years without that, there is an argument that could be made that maybe the quality of softball will drop off a little bit because you're not at that higher competition and getting better or building for that next year. How many times have you heard a coach at State who's maybe got a freshman sophomore team that meets somebody that they played here, bunt is down and it's foul, didn't make it past the plate, who they'll meet a coach that they played and say, you know what, let's do a doubleheader next year, or can we come to your tournament or something. That relationship is built, and if you don't have that, it might not get your team ready to play at that next level.
Yeah, it makes for, with those tournaments on the weekends and the opportunity to play different teams, and you see some of those tournaments where you have somebody representing all classes. You have 1A through 5A at some of these tournaments, and you get the opportunity to play up and you play down. And in some of the smaller classes, you have pitchers like we're seeing right here that can challenge some 5A teams.
Oh, the out at second is not made. Lemley's going to go to third. Safe at first is Benish. And the Lynx, we're going to try to take advantage of the error.
I think there was a little confusion between Adrian and Braniff. Do I flip? And oh, it sailed on her a little bit. She was there, but it was just a casual flip that just kind of had a little curve to it and got away from Braniff.
Uh-oh, top of the lineup, Hannah Bridgewater smacks it right at first. Dutcher is going to crawl to the bag. A run's going to score, but more importantly for Ogden, they get an out.
Cam right behind you.
So Lemley, or actually that's Roush that scores. Benish is at second. And Sommerfeld will bat. Thinks about the bunt with 2 out.
I'm out on that. I must
go. Little crack for them to maybe get another run in. Little opening that they need to take advantage of. And that was one of the keys we talked about. Take advantage of opportunities. They've been given an opportunity here. Got to cash in.
The pitch fouled away. Sommerfeld is on that squad, Laura, with Hannah Bridgewater, Natalie Gallery, Grace Flanagan, and Abby Flanagan. They started playing together as a 10U team. Now stop me if you've heard this before. What do you think their first game score was?
Well, I do know.
But we also heard it last night, too.
It wasn't good. We know that. 26-0.
Strike 3, ball gets away from the catcher, and Sommerfeld's going to be safe at first. So it's a strikeout, but it's also an error. Going to third is Benish.
I'm right behind you, buddy. I'm right behind you.
I heard Brad Wells mention that last night, and Molly Parrott. They were talking about a team that had been playing a long time together and lost their first game, and Brad was kind of like, how's that possible? Well, you could say the same thing here about this group.
Well, it just takes a special group of players to be dedicated to the sport and know that there is talent on that younger team, and they have to develop it and continue to, yeah, you'll take your lumps every now and again, but you learn from losses like that. You learn from getting beat, and you learn that you don't like it very much, and you don't want to have those feelings again, and you make yourself become better.
Abby Flanagan, one swing could make this game a whole lot closer. The pitch, called strike. And again, Flanagan's got that look. Like, I am gonna rocket this one. Singled back in the first. That one, they try to go inside.
You know, she said that she had always continued to work on her craft, pitching, even knowing that, hey, there may not be a softball season, but she continued to work and work and work and never really gave up on it, never took time off. And that's why she, right from the beginning, was able to step in the circle and be so dominant this season. And now an opportunity for her to get her team right back into this ball game.
The 3-1 strike. I was beginning to think they were doing a intentional walk, but this is going to be a great pitch right here. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. 6-1 Ogden. The pitch to Flanagan. Strike 3 called. She's punched out on strikes. 2 runners left. The Bulldogs get out of a tough jam. Let's see that strike 3.
Right on the corner. And that's a pitch that they needed right at that moment.
We're all right. We're fine. Okay? We're just gonna...
So that was the 6th strikeout for Lecker. And this game has been a whole lot of Ogden offense, and it started back in the 2nd. Hannah Dutcher, Gabby Ross, Faith Moore, Lauren Kennedy all reached. Dutcher, Ross, Moore would score, and a couple of miscues also helped the cause. Adron and Lecker would come up after that incident where the ball was thrown into the media area. And then in the 4th, we had liftoff. The Denali Lecker show left the ballpark. That was about the 6:05 train bound for Northwest Webster County. 6-1 Ogden. And it has been a Bulldog offensive performance that I think I don't think they were happy necessarily just settling for getting to the title game. They felt a championship was something that was going to mean a lot, and they really, really felt this was their time.
She's currently still in this spot.
I haven't done this before.
It's okay. So what you want to tell me is you want to re-enter the
I she's my... You're putting her back down here.
Yeah.
And you want number 15 to be ready to hit next time, or number 5. Is that her number?
I've only done it once.
Yeah, you're fine. Right. So we're going to re-enter the DP, okay?
Yeah.
So she can bat next time she's up.
Right.
So what we're doing is we're just moving we're re-entering the DP because she left the game. Now she's back in.
Right.
Now the flex is just back down here.
Right.
And he is going to have a pinch hitter here, number 18 for 1.
So we'll have a pinch hitter for Ogden. And a little clarification there as Emma Moorman is going to bat here for Braniff. And Moorman was somebody who had been getting some time this year. She gets her chance here to bat against Abby Flanagan as we go to work in the top of the 6th. Just an 8th grader. I know I wasn't ready for varsity sports at 8th grade. Laura, I think you were.
Well, I don't know, not like some of these 8th graders in this day and age. These 8th graders have played a lot more softball than I ever did at that 8th grade level. I'm still learning the game, and these kids have played hundreds of games.
route. Hard to get balls. 3 balls.
And Mormon's up 3 balls and no strikes. That one's right down the middle.
Those are easy, though.
She was taken all the way.
3 balls, 1 strike.
I don't think an 8th grader has a choice, do they?
To go out for the team?
No, to take on 3-0.
Oh, to take, no.
I don't think they can look.
Like,
They can't pretend that they didn't get the sign.
well, sure you can. You can always say, hey, coach, I missed the sign, sorry.
Well,
you can all.
now with that numbering system, they don't miss those. The 3-2 to Mormon is swung on and missed, strike 3. 7th strikeout for Flanagan, and it's the top of the order, Meredith. Adrian. First pitch out. One of those 3 seniors in the top of this lineup, 7 that start. Fouled back.
Yeah, they've come up together. They've played in some travel ball and come up together through the ranks, and this senior class has done a pretty good job of making Ogden a softball team that people will sit up and take notice. That senior class has a record of 92-26, so they've been pretty dominant in building this Ogden softball team.
The 2-1 on the way from Flanagan is put into play towards Smith, who gloves it. And the out is made. And, you know, Coach Moses told us this weekend, Laura, he said, I kept this team together on the way up. I could have pulled up or dropped down, but I chose to keep them together. I wanted them to play and go through some of these things together. And you could say it worked.
Yeah, and he said a couple of the players he brought up, and they did play some varsity, but then he would take them back down, and they would all play the majority of the games together at that lower level, at the JV level, at the 8th grade level. And that's what he wanted them to get used to one another and comfortable playing with one another, and that's why he did that, because he knew he had something special.
You go.
And we're not even going to get a chance to pitch to Lecker. The first pitch is the only one she sees in this at-bat.
I'm sorry, I didn't know what you were trying to say. I thought you might have been calling pitches or something. I got you now. Thank you.
So Lecker gets the walk. So, thank goodness for friends. A friend of mine said he asked Denali if she was pitching to herself, would she walk herself or pitch to herself? What do you think she would say?
I think she would pitch to herself.
She said she wasn't sure, but I think she would pitch to herself too.
I think she'd be up for a challenge.
Because I think exactly, the challenge. I think she could think, I could get myself out, and then the hitter side says, oh, I could get a hit off of me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, she would know what she's throwing herself. That's how you get a hit off of her.
Jenna Palmer's up 2-0. Off speed, nice pitch.
You know, and it has to be a little disheartening. I mean, yes, you have that reputation. We saw it. We saw it in the earlier inning, how hard she can hit a ball. But it kind of has to hit you deep down that you're not getting the opportunity to swing the bat. But doesn't bother her. She just goes, okay, great, I'm going to first base. I'm waiting for my teammates to knock me around. And they have done that this entire tournament. We have talked about it, how she's been walked so many times. In the first 2 games, 7 times, scored 4 of those times. So teams are willing to give up runs putting her on. They don't want to give up the big inning.
Well, I don't know if you knew this or not, but Denali Lecker got graduation cards from all the coaches in the West Central Conference saying, congratulations on your graduation, and we don't have to play you anymore.
Here's number 25. She's going to leave the game. And you're putting in number 11.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bench run.
Thank you. Get me at the re-enter. 11 for 25.
Lily.
So we're going to have a runner for Palmer. Lily Ferguson, another 8th grader.
We already have 25.
Number 11. Lily Ferguson running for Church.
You gonna let him talk to you like that?
Okay, give me Elise. Elise, so number 10 is going to run for the courtesy run for the pitcher.
Where's the pitcher at? She's
Number-
out here,
yeah,
number
number
5.
five.
So then we're not doing anything.
Right,
You're having a new
courtesy.
courtesy pitcher,
Right.
and you're telling me
No.
she's number what?
Courtesy
That's
for
not
the
you. This is you.
yeah, courtesy for the pitcher now is number 10.
10 courtesy pitcher in the 6th.
Yeah.
Elise Tremblay
10 courtesy pitcher.
is number 10.
10 courtesy.
Number 10, Elise Tremblay.
And then pinch running is Lily Ferguson. There's some coaches that use a lot of courtesy and a lot of pinch runners. You need a lot of room to write in your scorecard. First pitch to Reagan Church, the designated player, is out of the zone.
I think these two coaches are kind of settled in on their lineup, and they've done it all season long, gone with that same lineup from game 1 to this game, and have not made a whole lot of changes other than the courtesy runner. So when it comes to making some changes that they're making now, they just want to make sure they're right on the rules. And what a great job of working together with the umpires to get the job done.
Church grounds out to Van Milligan for the 3rd out of the Ogden 6th.
That makes sense.
Pay attention, please.
I got something I gotta tell you.
I was raised to believe no dream is unreachable.
You can't get in the way of a good story.
Hemingway is this enormous talent.
That's wonderful.
What I got is benefit.
The game just got bigger. Did you?
It's better than
Wow.
tell the world, spread the word.
It remains a fast-moving story.
Get to the bottom of it.
This is what adventures are made of.
Slime molds. How could you not love them?
You ain't ever seen
Phenomenal.
what you about to see.
That's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. I can't believe it myself.
Wow.
I'm speechless.
I believe this right here is the best.
That's some hot gossip for you, isn't it?
It's better than
I love bringing other people together.
I feel like I'm doing something important.
How powerful is that?
Stay curious.
you ain't ever seen what you about to see.
Welcome back to Fort Dodge, Iowa. We're in Webster County, Iowa. North Central Iowa, a little bit west. And we are at the Class 2A State Softball Championship game. Ogden Bulldogs, the Northland Lynx. Northland, your defending Class 2A champs, are down to their final 6 outs. They've got to get 5 runs. They have Grace Flanagan, one of their best hitters, at the plate to get them started. But if Ogden can get and limit the base runners of Northland, they're going to be in good shape. But a lot of softball left to be played here. Grace Flanagan, 0 for 2 today, which is rare for her, Laura. This is a team that they want that state championship. They got the bows in the hair today are gold for going for the gold, going for the championship. They got to spend the last couple of nights in their own beds, and that doesn't normally happen when you come to Fort Dodge. That's, again, one of those things that not happening this year. The dorms at Iowa Central not open for the players, and it's been a little different experience for these teams.
Well, you know, sometimes you ask the players, well, what do you remember from the last time you were here last year? And a lot of them say being in the dorms. I mean, I think that's a fun part of this tournament for these players that make it to Fort Dodge, spend the time in the dorms. And they have changed those dorms around. Now, I never made it to state, but several of my friends did, and they said those dorms were so hot because they didn't have any air conditioning. Half the buses that were packed coming up here were packed with fans, so they could have fans in their rooms. But they do a great job of housing the athletes when they come up here. And so, yeah, there's teams that have had to go back and forth, come up here, play the game, go back home. Some have stayed in hotels and have been able to have that experience as well.
Grace Flanagan walks. Jill Smith at the plate. She had a double back in the second. Grounded out in the fourth. They are looking to get their experience back of a state title here. Down 5, but have the leadoff runner on via the walk.
Well, if any team can make a rally late, it's this North Lynn team, because they have the power, and you put a couple of runners on, and it makes a very interesting ball game if someone knocks it out.
Popped up a mile high on the second base side, and Braniff was wondering when that thing was going to land. It saw that comet up in the sky.
That is a major league pop-up, and that comet I've not been able to find yet in the sky. I keep looking every night, so maybe tonight somebody will hit one that high and we'll be able to see it.
Smacked foul is Ray Van Milligan, who's 0 for 2. Grounded out both times. And now that sun, as you saw Braniff kind of running back in, that sun is pretty bright there in the west sky. And here's the thing. The last couple of nights at this time of day, in that 5 to 7 o'clock, we haven't had the sun out as big of an impact as we had the last 2 nights. And so it's been a little different. They didn't get a chance to see it in the quarterfinal, semifinal round. And then here tonight, they're getting a good old-fashioned Fort Dodge sunset. Off speed, strike.
Yeah, this is one of the nicest Fridays I think we've had up here in Fort Dodge. It's usually blistering hot. We've had rain, we've had all kinds of weather, but this has to be one of the most perfect softball days that we've had.
That pitch goes high, and Flanagan's going to make it down to second on the wild pitch. Moore had no chance on that one.
And Moore, a lefty catcher. You don't see a lot of left-handed catchers behind the plate, but she just does a great job of receiving the pitches from Denali Lecker and just handling the game from behind the plate.
They've been paired together for 3 years, and they're trying to end their last pairing with a state championship.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
2-2 ground ball over to first from Adrian to Dutcher, out number 2. That'll bring in Natalie Gallery. Flanagan to third, and now we'll have a courtesy runner for the catcher.
7 for 1.
Elise Ware, the freshman, will come in.
Courtesy runner. So here's number 1. She's out. 7 in. Thank you. 1 out, 7 in. 7 for 1. 7.
Sometimes you've seen those catchers and pitchers run for themselves because coaches feel they are such a good base runner, but then there's other times like, no, you're done. You've done your part.
Well, they're a vital part of the team, and the pitcher and the catcher, and we heard Coach Moses say sometimes he'll let Lecker run when she gets on base. Sometimes he'll have a courtesy runner for her, and Says, I just don't want her to turn an ankle. I understand that she understands how to run the bases and knows what to do when a ball's hit in the gap and all those kinds of things. But he goes, I can't afford to have her hit the corner of a base and turn an ankle. And I think that's just smart coaching, just knowing your personnel, knowing what to do and when to utilize that rule. That's why that rule is there, to be able to get the pitchers and the catchers back in the dugout, get the catcher to get their gear back on, speed up the game a little bit, but also there to maybe protect your battery.
Chopped to third. Over with it is Ross. And North Lynn is down to their final 3 outs. We go to the 7th inning on plays like this.
Little chopper over to third, and you're going to see Dutcher kind of shield her eyes as the ball comes across the diamond.
The 7th when we return.
We have been presented with an exciting opportunity.
We're getting good at this.
I think we're getting really good at this.
It's taking over.
No questions.
Don't look
It's not that dark in here.
over your shoulder.
Staying out of trouble?
There's no escape.
Where's the fun in that?
Get your mind right.
She was a young woman trying to enjoy herself.
Aren't we all?
You ain't ever seen.
To save this girl's life, you're gonna have to marry her.
You better get moving. Ready on.
You appear rather ruffled, Miss Scarlett. Are you quite well? Very, thank you.
Beautiful, appalling,
Exquisite. Can't argue with that.
yes!
No one's perfect.
I'm definitely not that.
Oh, that's some hot gossip for you, isn't it? See where you started now.
Can you see here? Put that hat on. I just need that to, yeah, that sun. What's that scoreboard say? That scoreboard says 6-1, right? We're still ahead. If you're the Ogden fans. We're trying to get a couple of extra runs here. Dutcher, Ross, and Moore to face Abby Flanagan. First pitch, beauty. That change. It doesn't, it's like almost unfair to call that a change because it just flutters so well.
It's a floater.
Floater?
Yeah, it just floats in there and you don't really see it coming. It's hard to make the adjustment.
Hit in the air. Dutcher puts it into the glove of Sommerfeld for the first out of the 7th. Sommerfeld, Bridgewater, and Roush in the outfield. Gallery, Smith, Benish, and Van Milligan in the infield for North Lynn. The Flanagans here.
Coach Porter said that pitcher and catcher, they're just really a special pair. He's really enjoyed coaching them. He said, I don't have to really coach them, but I thought he had a great quote. He said, you don't have a great pitcher if you don't have a great catcher. And they work so well together. And I think that's true. If you have a good catcher that handles the game, understands when to kind of calm the pitcher down, pump the pitcher up, go out and talk to him, pitches to call, understanding, being on the same page, it makes life a lot easier for the coaches and the coaching staff when you have a pair like that know each other so well.
They will go to DMAC, but play different sports. We'll see how long that lasts.
It'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see if they both don't end up playing both basketball and softball.
That floater is hit towards Smith, across to Van Milligan for out number 2.
Had to go down and go after that pitch. Good strong throw from Smith across the diamond. North Lynn just wants to get this last out and see if they can put the rally caps on and get back in this game.
Hit towards Gallery, the throw to first in time. Easy looking inning. It's now up to the Heroics. North Lynn 3 outs away. Trying to repeat, but it's going to have to be a dramatic comeback. They're down 5.
Here we go.
There's something in the air, I sense it. Like the wind has changed direction.
Slime molds. How could you not love them?
This is how science happens. It's cool.
I can hear a storm, it's rumbling. Sounds like a freight train coming.
Stay curious.
Oh, it's a current, electric, a fire, magnetic, the city streets at night. An eruption, explosion, an earthquake, commotion, a gamma ray burst fly.
I can feel it.
Oh, it's like the stars align.
Amazing!
Tonight's the night I come alive.
Oh my gosh. The G-forces are indescribable.
For science.
Yes!
Ogden 3 outs away from school history. North Lynn trying to make history of their own. Can they mount a 5-run comeback? Standing in their way. Denali Lecker in the circle. It'll be Jenna Lemley, Skylar Benish, and Hannah Bridgewater. First pitch, ripped foul, and if that goes fair, we got ourselves a dandy of a 7th. Only 2 feet away.
Just turned on it a little bit too much, but being aggressive going after that first pitch, they know that Lecker is going to come after them. Got the big lead, so why not come after the hitters, challenge them, and these hitters are going to be ready to try to drive the balls into the gaps.
The 0-1 from Lecker, off speed, called strike, and she's ahead 0-2.
And you get an aggressive hitter like that pulls that first one foul, you know they're going to kind of have that weight forward, want to swing the bat, so you come in with that off speed.
Lemley had a shot to right center at her last at bat in the 5th, trying to do it here in the 7th. Upstairs, strike 3.
Three pitches up in the zone, rise ball. You can see how she kind of comes down and then releases it at a low point, and that ball just spins up and keeps rising.
First pitch to Benish, who hit a home run in the semifinal. Trying to see if that bat's got a hit left in it.
She's coming into the tournament. She's got 10 doubles on the season, so she can hit for power.
Hit towards Ross across the diamond. To Dutcher. 2 away. As we approach the 7 o'clock hour on July the 31st, 2020, Hannah Bridgewater looks to extend this season. The Bulldogs are huddling towards the gate. They are ready to run out. Hit towards right and foul out of the way of Helena Nelson. Lecker up 0-1 on Bridgewater. That one misses. Bridgewater 0 for 3. That pitch is bounced.
Well, Bridgewater trying to keep the Indian alive, going to go on and play at Upper Iowa next season. Would like to continue her high school career here with a base hit.
The 2-1. Hit towards the middle, and it's going to be a base hit. Out of the reach of Braniff. Palmer gloves it, throws it back in. Not done yet are the Lynx.
Pounds that into the ground and has enough steam behind it to get through the middle, keep the lineup moving, and that needs to be the mindset of this North Lynn team.
Caitlin Sommerfeld, ground ball off Ross's glove, and everybody's going to be safe.
I think Ross maybe is kind of a short hop, but I think Ross maybe pulled her eyes off of that ball as it took a hop kind of to the heel of her glove. She could not field it cleanly.
Lecker calms the team down. Coach Moses stays in the dugout. That's senior leadership there. Hey, ladies, we just need an out, and we get to celebrate.
Can't let the nerves settle in right now. You've got to be on your toes. Make sure you knock everything down. You've got a powerful hitter up. That one swing could change the tone of this game.
Abby Flanagan bats. First pitch, low. Abby Flanagan trying to keep this game going, keep the line moving. They trail 5. They need base runners and hits. They're down to their last out. The 0-1, or the 1-0 is a called strike, and it's now even.
This is a situation where I make the defense make the play, so you have to be aggressive.
Swung on, fouled off, just got a piece of it. And the Lynx are down to their final strike.
Now you have to protect at the plate.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
The 1-2. High.
Boy, that is good discipline, staying off of that one. That was letter high, and it was in tight a little bit, but that took a lot to lay off of that pitch.
2-2. Hit towards Dutcher. It's a race for the bag. She tags Flanagan. Release the dogs. Ogden, they're state champions in Class 2A with a 6-1 win in 2020. It wasn't easy, Laura, at the end. Dutcher thought she was going to crawl to the bag. Instead, she just ran right into Abby Flanagan and let the celebration begin.
I think nerves kind of hit the Bulldogs a little bit. They had a few miscues in that inning, but they were able to overcome it, get that final out, and celebrate.
Class 2A All-Tournament team from Ogden, Reagan Church. From North Lynn, Hannah Bridgewater. From Ogden, Gabby Ross. From North Lynn, Grace Flanagan. From Northeast, Nevaeh Hildebrandt. From Louisa Muscatine, Haley Sanders. From Louisa Muscatine, McKenna Hohenadel. From Ogden, Lauren Kennedy. From North Lynn, Caitlin Sommerfeld. From North Lynn, Abby Flanagan. And your Class 2A All-Tournament team captain from Ogden, Denali Lecker.
It was going to be a battle for pitchers as they pitch and as they hit. And Lecker got the best at the hitting. And she wasn't too bad at pitching either.
No, here's her pitching line. The 7 innings pitched, 4 hits, 1 run, no earned runs, 2 walks, 7 strikeouts. But her line at the plate, 2 for 3 with a solo home run, an RBI, a double, and 1 intentional walk.
Oh, I'm just receiving word that home run has finally landed.
Has it?
Okay.
I hope it's not in the middle of my car.
Yeah, no, that's a team with a lot of experience there. The Louisa Muscatine players who'd been at the state title game before, as well as Northland.
In addition to receiving medallions, every participating player will receive a commemorative softball provided by Iowa Farm Bureau, title sponsor of the Girls Athletic Union. Presenting awards are members of the IGH SAU Board of Directors, Jim Beamer, Travis Fleshner, Roger Francis, and Ron Fodness. Congratulations to the runners-up in Class 2A head coach Marv Porter and the Northland Lynx on an outstanding 2020 softball season. And your 2020 Class 2A state softball champions, head coach Mike Moses and the Bulldogs from Ogden.
The first team championship for any sport at Ogden, and it comes on the softball field, Laura, and they came from behind in the semifinal. They're down 4 runs, and here they are hoisting the trophy.
It was a complete game from the entire team of Ogden. They did everything that they needed to do, flawless on defense, got the timely hits, and a great pitching performance from Denali Lecker.
That's how it ends. The Ogden Bulldogs, in their first title game, they're 1 for 1. They scored early in the second and poured it on as the game went on. Ogden Bulldogs, you are the 2020 2A champions. 2 games down, 1 game to go. Another opportunity for a repeat. When we come back, this is Iowa PBS. Funding provided by Fairway Meat and Grocery is a proud sponsor of the Iowa Girls State Softball Championships. Fairway believes in supporting the places Iowans learn, work, live, and play. Congratulations to all the schools and student athletes in this year's games. By Musco Lighting, the sports lighting specialists, providing lighting systems for you, your project, and your community. Funding provided by Fairway Meat and Grocery is a proud sponsor of the Iowa Girls State Softball Championships. Fairway believes in supporting the places Iowans learn, work, live, and play. Congratulations to all the schools and student athletes in this year's games. By Musco Lighting, the sports lighting specialists, providing lighting systems for you, your project, and your community. We've had a beautiful day, and we are on the way to a beautiful evening in Fort Dodge as the sun starts to make its way down on the silo along the banks of the Des Moines River. We're at the Harlan and Hazel Rogers Sports Complex on the north side of town, the final game of the 2020 season. It's Class 1A. Collins Maxwell and Clarksville in a rematch of the 2019 state championship. We'll do it again. It was so good last year. We'll try it here in 2020. Hello, along with Laura Leonard, I'm Paul Yeager. Glad to have you here with us on this final game of the season, the shortened season that it was, Laura, and why not go the way last year ended with a rematch between these two great 1A schools?
Anytime these two get together, runs are at a premium. It's usually a one-run ball game. That's what it's been over the course of the last few years. So I expect a pitcher's duel here today, and it's going to be maybe 1-0, 2-1. It's going to be an exciting way to end the 2020 state tournament.
Clarksville got here with a couple of heroics in the quarterfinal round. They are on their fourth trip to state. 9 starters returning from that 2019 team that was state runners-up. They are the top hitting team in 1A with a .404 team average. Corey Wedeking, a 5-year star. She's got 100 career wins, 1,000 career strikeouts. She's also scored 1,000 points in basketball. Great athlete. She's going to have to face a great group of similar last name pro players for Collins Maxwell. They're the 2-time defending champions here in 1A. All but one of their starters returned. Troy Hoag's daughters, Michaela, Alexis, and Erica. There will be a quiz. Sort them all out. All you need to know is Michaela Hoag. She was the 2020 Gatorade Player of the Year. And she too, 100 career wins and pretty darn good herself with the bat.
And welcome to Rogers Sports Complex and this 1A championship game between the visiting team, the Clarksville Indians, and the home team, the Collins Maxwell Spartans. Let's meet the non-starters and assistant coaches, first of all, for the visitors from Clarksville. Number 3, Maya Baker. Number 4, Katie Campman. Number 5, Molly Bloker. Number 8, Sienna Kapper. Number 9, Mackenzie Bloker. Number 11, Taya Jacobs. Number 17, Lauren Kelm. And number 25, Lily Cobb. Your assistant coaches, Taylor Aronholtz and Kim Wedeking. And now here are your starters for the Clarksville Indians. Leading off and playing shortstop, number 7, Cheyenne Behrens. Batting second in center field, number 15, Janet Borchert. Batting third and doing the pitching, number 14, Corey Wedeking. Cleanup hitter for the Indians, doing the catching, number 24, Ainsley Lovren. Batting fifth at first base, number 1, Emma Poppy. Batting sixth at second base, number 6, Chloe Ross. Batting seventh, the designated player, number 12, Rachel Borchert. Batting eighth, the right fielder, number 10, Jenna Myers. And batting in the ninth position, the third baseman, number 2, Kaylin Hardy. Your flex player in left field, number 16, Sierra Vance. Head coach for the Clarksville Indians, Katie Wedeking. And now let's meet your non-starters and assistant coaches for the home team from Collins Maxwell. Number 1, Avery Fricky. Number 4, Janae Jones. Number 6, Angela Calkins. Number 9, Carrie Baldwin. Number 10, Kenzie Weirson. Number 12, Marissa Bogie. Number 14, Isabel Hill. Number 15, Sophie Watsonville. Number 18, Ava Decklever. Number 20, Mary Stout. Number 21, Vivian Kaler. Your assistant coaches, Jean Birchmeyer, Tim Wilson, and Tanya Leslie. And now here's your starters for the Collins Maxwell Spartans. Leading off and playing shortstop, number 2, Alexis Hogue. Batting second in left field, number 7, Emma Kaler. Batting third and doing the pitching, number 5, Michaela Hogue. Cleanup hitter for the Spartans, the catcher, number 16, Reagan Franzen. Batting fifth in right field, number 17, Ella Kaler. Batting sixth, the designated player, number 19, Ava Myers. Batting seventh at second base, number 8, Olivia Pasquarello. Batting eighth at third base, number 11, Erica Hogue. Batting ninth in center field, number 3, Trinity Stover. And your flex player at first base, number 24, Braylon Tankersley. Head coach, Collins Maxwell Spartans, Troy Hogue. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to our home plate area. Our umpiring crew, as assigned by the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union for this 1A championship. At first base, Russ Hemsley. At third base, Steve Ebert. And calling the balls and strikes, Arnie Kruko. All right, who's ready for championship softball?
These two teams know each other extremely well. They could probably give each other's lineup if they had to. They played last year in the state title game, and they're playing again this year tonight. And here are the lineups for you as we get you ready. This is the 5th time since 6/22 of 18 these two have played. Emma Kaler, Trinity Stover, and Ella Kaler in the outfield. Erica Hogue, Alexis Hogue, Olivia Pasquarello, and Braylon Tankersley as she has entered the game and will play in the field. Reagan Franzen behind the plate, Michaela Hogue in the circle. What's Hogue as a pitcher like, Laura?
She's tough. She's really tough. I mean, she's got a lot of stuff, and she's going to go and continue her career at the University of Virginia, but she has a lot of different pitches, a lot of spin on the ball, fastball, curveball, rise, change. Great command of her pitches.
20-1 on the year, 209 strikeouts. Opponents batting 91, and her ERA is 41.41. Pretty good record. But this team of Clarksville will try to bring some bats. They scored a lot of runs in that semifinal and that quarterfinal game. And here's the lineup: Cheyenne Behrens, Janet Borchert, Corey Wedeking, Ainsley Lovren, Emma Poppy, Chloe Ross, Rachel Borchert, Jenna Myers, and Kaylin Hardy. What's Clarksville have to do to win tonight?
Get timely hits. They know that runs are going to be hard to come by, and when they get the opportunity and get runners on, they need to move them around and limit the errors. In the regular season game against Collins Maxwell, they had 4 errors. That was costly for them. They have to be flawless here tonight defensively.
Very few teams have won 3 in a row. Can Collins Maxwell do it?
Well, they have to play solid defense, and they don't get a lot of credit for their defense because they're playing behind a really good pitcher, but their defense has been good all season long, and you're going to see them pressure with speed. When they get the top of the order on, they are going to run. That running game against Akron and Westfield gave Clarksville some problems in the quarterfinal round.
4 teams have won 3 summer championships in a row. Ankeny, Lisbon, Dallas Center, Grimes, and Assumption. Collins Maxwell wants to add their name to that list. If they could win tonight, they open up with a first pitch strike to Cheyenne Behrens. She's a .507 hitter. 7 home runs, including 1 against Akron Westfield to win it in the 8th back on Tuesday night. That second pitch is fouled into the net, and it's 0-2 quickly on Cheyenne.
And it wasn't your run-of-the-mill over-the-fence home run. It was an inside-the-park home run to right field, and she said she's never run so fast in her life to get around the bases and get to home plate to win the ball game.
That pitch from Hogue sails out, and that's what you would expect from a pitcher with great location like Hogue. But the problem is, in the quarterfinal game, her dad said, you know what? She wasn't on that night. We still won, but teams hit it well. So it can come and go. They're hoping she's on. First ball in play is across to third, and in time, Barron's out by half a step, if that, as Erica throws across to Braylon Tankersley, out 1.
Boy, letting that ball come to her almost cost her, but she's got the strong arm very close over there at first.
You're listening for the sound, as first pitch was at 7:38 tonight. It is a beautiful night tonight here in Fort Dodge. Janet Borchert bats. The senior playing center field, 400 hitter, 21 RBIs, 77 degrees, Laura. Would you have thought that's what we'd have on the last day of July?
No, and I'd take it all summer long.
You've got a sweatshirt, I've got one ready. That's from scouting last night when I know that Molly and Brad were getting a little chilly. And Chris is saying yes to our stats here to our right. As you can see, a little bit of distance between where Laura, that's me, Laura's over there. And then we've got other crew that side. There's one camera. There's Chris on the right with stats in the headset. He's been passing notes all day. Yeah, we're close, but not quite. Yeah, I've got short arms. I'm just, you were the basketball player. I just watched it. Ripped again towards Hogue, across the field to Tankersley, 2 away. All right, what do you make of 2 ground ball outs to third? Does that mean anything? Does that mean they're seeing her well?
Well, they're getting around on her, but and doesn't look like she's changed speeds a whole lot on them. But you know, these teams know each other fairly well. They've seen both of these pitchers these teams have, and so they know what to look for and where to look in the zone. But they're testing out the 8th grader fairly early in this ball game, knocking a couple hot shots to third base.
When you play a team 5 times over a 770-day period, now they are conference, just 2 different divisions of the Iowa Star. So they do have that one conference game. So this year it ends up, you know, we talk about not having those conference tournaments on the weekends. You hope your conference gets you ready for postseason, and this one was a good conference matchup earlier this year.
Well, they've been low-scoring games between these 2 teams, and been 1-0, 1-0, 2-1. In the championship game last year, it was 3-2. So a few more runs scored, but still a 1-run ball game. And I watched back that championship game from a year ago. It was exciting. It was a fun game.
Great game. And Katie Wedeking, you know, I asked her, the coach of Clarksville, you know, what do you remember? What do you want to repeat from that? You know, I said, besides not winning. And, you know, the experience, that these girls know what they're doing. Well hit into the air, but just not very far. Underneath it to make the catch is Pasquarello, and Clarksville goes 1-2-3 in their half of the first. These 2 teams, as we said, have played, and they also know the defense of Clarksville. Vance in left, Borchert Janet is in center, Myers is in right. Kaylin Hardy at third, Cheyenne Barons, Great Glove at short, Ross at second, Emma Poppy at first, Ainsley Lovren behind the plate, Corey Wedeking in the circle. Corey, she's been pitching since an 8th grader. She knows where Fort Dodge is, and she knows where the championship games are held. What's she gonna have to do tonight, Laura?
Well, she's got to be hitting spots, and she's got to work the ball around, change the eye level of the hitters, keep them off balance, show them a variety of pitches.
Again, an ERA of .36 and a batter's average opponent is under 100. In 1A, something can be said about pitching. There's just not a lot of great pitching, and these hitters have feasted on some not great pitching over the year. Alexis Hogue, Emma Kaler, Michaela Hogue, Reagan Franson, Ella Kaler, Ava Myers, Olivia Pastorello, Erica Hogue, Trinity Stover. How many times have we seen a team come in to the 1A state tournament and get bounced by good pitching? So to see two great pitchers in the title game is going to be something special tonight.
Here's just doing a little research, looking at these two teams. Clarksville Collins Maxwell are number 1 and number 2 in hits allowed, runs allowed, earned runs allowed, and walks allowed. That tells you that their pitchers are always on spot, on task, working the zone. They don't walk a lot of hitters. They don't give up a lot of runs. They have good defense behind them. So if they are getting hit, the defense backs them up. These two teams are very good all around. It's not just pitching for these two teams. It's very good, solid defense behind these pitchers.
Alexis Hogue rolls over on the first one to Wedeking, who throws over to Poppy, one away.
And that's a big out, even though it's the first hitter of the ball game. It's a big out because you put Alexis Hogue on, she's gonna run. It's automatic that she's gonna try to steal a base.
Against Lisbon, Clarksville committed an error on the first play of the game in the semifinal, and they also gave up an error in the first inning. Line shot right back at Wedeking by Emma Kaler, and there's 2 away quickly. In the quarterfinal game, Clarksville was down 4-0 against Akron Westfield. Error in the top of the first opened the door for 4 runs. So it's a whole different start for Clarksville here.
And you know that from years past that Akron Westfield is a team that likes to run, and they put some pressure on this Clarksville team. That caused them some problems. That's why they gave up those 4 runs, and that's why it was such a big play for Barons in the top half of the inning to get that out and then come back up and hit that home run. But so with pressure on and runners on the bases, Clarksville did not respond very well in that quarterfinal game.
Michaela Hogue up the middle, and we'll have a courtesy runner. Avery Fricky will come in and run.
Number 1 courtesy.
Courtesy runner at first.
So Fricky to first on the courtesy run. Avery is a sophomore. There's a look at Troy Hogue. He's got his clipboard with his numbers.
Number 1 courtesy.
He calls.
We go 253, 253.
So 253 has a meaning. It could be the first number, the second number, the last number. Could be take, could be steal, could be a combination of factors. Let's see what 253 means. Looks like it's a steal. Throw down to second. Not in time. Ball came out of the glove of Barons covering. And Fricky down to second. Got a good jump.
Got a really good jump, and that's exactly what she's in there for, is to run the bases. Throw just a little bit late. And tough to handle, is in the dirt.
I think if that stays in the glove, I think she's out.
I think she might get that sweep tag and get the back of her before her foot touches that bag. But that was it was a tough one to handle. It was in the dirt, short hop, have to pick it and make the tag all in one.
Reagan Franzen down 0-2 in the count. The junior. They're going high with her. They've gone 2 pitches high.
Illegal pitch. Need to bring it in a little. You're out of the chute. You need to bring it in a little. Okay.
So there's a chute there. And you can't be outside of it. And the umpires are looking for that. That's part of what the home umpire looks for.
So you get the illegal pitch.
So now it's...
So
hit behind the pitcher, but hangs up enough for Barons to make the catch. To end the inning, no runs for either team, and there were few runs in last year's 1A championship game. There were a lot of dancing by both of these squads beforehand, and part of it is because we had a little rain delay, and it was an exciting back and forth game. And there's Fricky scoring. Ricky did score the go-ahead run in the bottom of the 6th, and so it was a 4-3 win. And so when we talk about illegal pitches, this is kind of what we're looking at. We have looks from left and right. Outside the chute there.
And a big lost contact, and all these pitchers do because it's a big push off, but that was excessive, and they do let you have a little leeway, but that was excessive as far as getting airborne, leaving contact, losing contact, getting outside the circle. And the chute that they have, sometimes you'll see lines drawn there. They used to, I don't know if they do so much anymore in the pitcher's circle, that you kind of have to stay within that zone, that chute area.
And the dirt early on gets walked on, accidentally rubbed out. Some of those lines, like for a slapper, might take out that, might dig her feet in at the front of the batter's box, and it's gone soon. And
it's just, it's so easy to do.
Comebacker to Hogue, over to Tankersley, and Lauren is out. In the consolation diamond, Linville Sully in 5 innings downed Lisbon 10-0. Linville Sully got beat by Collins Maxwell, and Clarksville knocked out Lisbon. So that's how that is, and this is the final game of the 2020 season. This was the first game of the tournament last year on Thursday night, and now they're the last game of Friday night. And any clouds we had, Laura, they are gone. That ball is hitting the sun at a 2 to 3 different spots as it comes in, and it just lights up like a big green sphere as it hits the daylight right before the plate. Kind of cool. Poppy fouls it off. Emma Poppy plays first. She is a senior.
Had a pretty good tournament so far, 2 for 4 with 2 RBIs in the quarterfinals, 1 for 3 in the semifinals. So swinging a hot bat, getting some hits for this Clarksville team.
Ball.
She was part of the 5 straight hits against Lisbon the other night. So hitting, how many times have we said it, is contagious?
Well, it really is, and they made some really good adjustments in that ball game. They took the time to study the pitcher and see what they needed to do, and were able to finally get some solid line drives.
Poppy hits it in the air towards Kaler, who pulls it in for the second out of the second. Emma Kaler, Trinity Stover, Ella Kaler. So if you say Kaler in the outfield, you have 2 out of 3 chances to get it right. And the same can be said if you say Hogue, it's going to be one of those 3. Could be Michaela, the oldest. We saw a future Iowa Hawkeye pitch, and now we're seeing a future Virginia Cavalier pitch in Hogue. Right now we got Chloe Ross at the bat. There's another strike.
Interesting how she ended up at the University of Virginia. Is she was seen and asked to come down to a camp at Florida State, and went to the camp at Florida State, and that's where the Virginia coach saw her and started to follow her through high school and travel ball, and continued to maintain contact with her. And she built a relationship with that coach down there, and decided, it's a beautiful campus. It's hard to turn down when you go down there, and that's where she's going to end up, at the University of Virginia.
First strikeout of the game for Hogue is the 3rd out of the 2nd inning. So the Indians have gone in order the first 2 times at bat here at the 2020 State Softball Tournament in Fort Dodge, and their fans, along with all the other fans when they've come into the park, they have seen some signs here of safety guidelines and strong hand washing and dugout precautions with wipes and aerosols there, and bleachers where you can, it's a go, no-go seating situation. And even in the concession stand, you see a lot of stuff painted on the floor, on the pavement. You see players As I was between games, you could see a lot of people in masks there, as this season did start 3 weeks late, and it was shortened, and a couple of teams said no, and you heard a couple of players go play for somebody else off of those schools. And 26 teams were impacted by COVID-19. 11 of those had to end their season early. We did have no teams with confirmed cases in Fort Dodge this week. Between games here, you would see, I think a lot of fans will wear them when they are coming and going from the park, crossing over, different fan groups. I saw a lot of Clarksville people in masks when I came in, because they're on our right side, Laura, where we were walking. And, you know, again, masked by the media, asking questions of these reporters. You see microphones on big booms. You don't see the back and forth that you would normally see. And, you know, some of the guys and gals in radio that I've known have said, you know, yeah, I just don't do the in-person interviews anymore. I can do a lot on the phone, and that's what they've been able to do and try to contain any type of spread.
Well, we always find ways to overcome things, and you know, mere 3-4 months ago, nobody knew what a Zoom meeting was, and we all do them now. And you know, again, that may be something that may stick around, and people utilize that rather than doing those in-person interviews.
Slap towards right. It's going to get down. Fair ball. Ella Kaler rounds first, headed for second. She's in with a stand-up double to start the Collins-Maxwell second inning. And she says,
Just takes it to right field. Barrel of the bat kind of drags behind, but it's beneficial to her as it drops into right field, and she ends up at second base.
So Braylon Tankersley will come to bat now. She's playing first tonight. She was listed originally in the game as the flex. Gets the bunt down. It's booted by Hardy. Throw to first in time. Sacrifice works though, moves Kaler to third. That's the opening, Laura, that almost opened further on that bobble.
Well, and a good job of Hardy staying with it, not panicking, getting at least one out. Runner at third, gonna have a quick little meeting in the circle.
They only got one out. How about this? You want to try? You want to go third? Okay. Let's try it. It's early in the game. Maybe have Emma stay back. Emma, stay back. You two switch. We'll try it. It's early in the game, and we got plenty of time. A little bit. I think if it's a bunt, good. We can try it. Thanks.
Is that coaching by committee?
That is, but I like it because you get buy-in from the players and you get consensus, and everybody feels comfortable about it.
Katie Wedeking in her 6th season.
So Behrens has moved over to third base from short.
Ball.
Is that right? Did I? Yes, and Hardy's over there at shortstop now. They flipped.
They like the glove of Behrens. They think that is one of their best gloves.
And you heard Coach Katie Wedeking say, you know what, it's early, let's take a chance. Let's see if it pays off for us, and why not? They know they have the bats that if they do give up one run here, it's yes, you give up that one run, but you have the opportunity to come back because you do have the hitters in your lineup.
And she says if you want to switch back, you can. So we'll see after this pitch if it gets to be a strike, if they do switch back.
I think they're just concerned that if they do try to squeeze that run home, maybe Behrens with a better glove, and here they do. They do switch back now to their regular positions over at short and back to third.
And now they change the call down at third, Coach Hogue. So now maybe he sees the defensive switch and he'll have them put the bunt down. And they are. Popped up, and it's gonna get just out of reach of Lauren.
Yeah, why not gamble? I mean, a little cat and mouse between both teams and both coaches. trying out a different strategy, and then the other coach counters with their strategy.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
I think Collins Maxwell feels strong enough with their bats. They'll bunt with 2 strikes. We'll see what they do here. 2-2 swinging away. Pasquarello is out on strikes. Climb the ladder.
And that's absolutely what she did. Look at where that ball starts and where it ends. That was at eye level when it crossed the plate.
It's up to Erica Hogue. Runner at third. 2 outs. Hit towards second. Hangs up long enough for Chloe Ross to make the catch. Collins Maxwell leaves a runner. We played 2 full innings. No score.
They might hold them from freezing. Thinking.
So these pitchers, like Erica Hogue in Super Slow-Mo, we've had a chance to see her play a lot at this state tournament.
All these pitchers that we've seen here today just have great control and understand how to control a game, and they do a lot of scouting, know who they're going to face, and especially in this game, they've faced each other a lot, so they know the personnel coming to the plate and how to pitch to each one of these hitters.
Rachel Borchert, the freshman, will bat. Hogue has faced the minimum, 6 up, 6 down. We thought it'd be good pitching, and so far, it has.
Ball.
Batting .424 is Rachel. Swings at that pitch that kind of broke back over the plate at the end.
You know, these pitches are being called from the dugout, but it's fun to watch location and where they're going with these pitches and how they change from high to low or inside to out, up to down, down to up. And just trying to keep these hitters, the eye level changing all the time, and it takes great discipline to be able to just pick a zone, look for the ball to be in that zone, and try to put bat on ball.
Hogue's pitch is high. The last thing you want to do as a pitcher is make the batter feel comfortable.
Yeah, you don't want to give them any advantage. You want to have the advantage when you're the pitcher. You've got to, that's why it's so important to get ahead in the count, get that first strike on a hitter. Then you can kind of control the rest of the at-bat.
Borchert strikes out. Second strikeout of the game for Hogue is the first out here in the third. That'll bring in Jenna Myers.
Borchert goes down, strikes for out number 1. That brings up the right fielder, number 10, Jenna Myers.
Myers, a freshman. There's a new crop coming here for Clarksville. There's a strong senior class. You're either a senior or a freshman on this team. The only odd one is Cheyenne Behrens, and if you talk to her long enough, she might call herself the odd one. No, she's a fun personality. Like she told you, Laura, about how she was out of breath after that home run. Never ran so fast. She was honest. I love it when a girl is honest like that. And I've never run so fast in my life.
What a great feeling, though, to be able to make a great defensive play in the top half of the inning and then be the first one up to the plate, hit the ball to right field, it gets by the right fielder, rolls all the way to the fence, and she just turns on the jets, and they sent her, and she was able to score and win that ball game in advance.
Myers behind 1-2, and the changeup has worked well so far for Hogue. She throws the rise ball out of the zone. Check the wrist, check the grip, let it fly. Nice pitch. Strikeout number 3.
Hogue starting to feel comfortable. Look at the movement on that one. And it's just, it's fun to be able to see it in a little bit slow motion, trying to be up there at the plate and try to catch up with these pitchers. I don't know how any of these hitters are able to get solid contact. They're just so good.
Who do you think has the advantage when you've played 5 times in a short amount of time? Pitcher, batter?
You know, I guess I kind of feel like the batter might have the advantage because you've seen a pitcher and you've seen their stuff so much. It's just up to the pitcher to be able to change the pattern and change things up a little bit. They know the hitters very well, so on the other end of it, they know what they're facing and where their weaknesses are and how to pitch to that weakness.
She's got the hole in the inside. Nope, hers is on the outside. Hers is up. The 1-2, swung on, missed. Hogue strikes out the side. Man, what a pitch. No chance there for Hardy. So we've shown you Hogue in super slow motion. I think we got to show you Corey Wedeking.
And you can look at, she still maintains contact with the ground, gets good push off from that rubber. If anytime you go airborne and you lose contact with the ground, they're going to call an illegal pitch, and she does keep that toe dragging, and she gets great extension and great push.
Gets the hop there. Mentioned it in the open, just the athlete that she is. 1,000 strikeouts, 100 wins, 1,000 points in basketball. Not many people do that.
No, and she is, she's just an all-around athlete. I think it comes natural for her. And she comes from a family of athletes. Her sister's the coach. They have a great working relationship, and 10 years separate the two of them. And Coach Katie Wedeking says that she really kind of learns a lot from Corey, maybe more so than Corey learns from her. And she said it's just been great, and has not really had the opportunity to think about the fact that Corey's going to graduate and move on, and that connection's not going to be there after this year.
We don't fight because we're not close enough in age.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot of truth in there with your siblings.
Well, it's been a family affair. A lot of the Wedeking family has gone through this system and played softball.
Hardy gloves the bunt by Stover for the first out of the bottom of the 3rd. And remember, they used to have the 3rd sister, Kimberly, as a coach. And she was a good pitcher too, played at Wartburg. But Katie says, you know, I coached too. I wasn't near the pitcher that these two were. So I said, which one's better? That was a tough question, but she goes, you know, Corey's got some potential, and Corey is, you know, still kind of contemplating options here in the future about just exactly. This year has kind of changed some things.
Well, and you talked about the fact that she could go and play basketball, or she could go somewhere and play softball, and I think it's a tough decision for her of what she wants to do, and does she want to continue with softball, or does she want to pursue basketball? And I think she has got to make that decision, obviously, fairly soon, within the next couple of weeks, of what she's going to do and who she's talked to and how she's going to handle that situation.
Coaches have been here all week, and hit back up to Wedeking, over to Poppy, 2 away. As Alexis Hogue has gone back to the pitcher both times tonight on that slap.
So the timing's down because it's going right back up the middle, but it's right at Wedeking, and she has a good quick glove. to knock it down and throw her out.
2 outs for Emma Kaler. They start her with a little bit of a breaking ball. Kaler hit it on the nose right back at Wedeking back in the first. Bunted, fielded by Wedeking. Over to Poppy. 1, 2, 3 goes Collins Maxwell in their half of the third. To the fourth when we return. Hello, I'm Paul Yeager. This evening, for one night only, Market to Market moves to Iowa PBS World so you can watch the Iowa Girls High School Athletic Union Championships on Iowa PBS. So if you just want to watch Market to Market, switch over to Iowa PBS World on our .3 channel tonight at 8, or catch us online anytime at iowapbs.org.
Side the defender was fantastic. Will held the challenge, lots of strength.
Variant with the defender right on her and Brown.
What a Lee on the volley, left foot. Dipped it up as we have a look at this. What a brilliant delivery by Wee, and Brown coming in.
This evening at 9:30 on Iowa PBS.
Clarksville fans, their shirts match the softball. They light up the night with those guys. You can see them at night from miles away. Spy Satellites called and said, hey, can you turn those shirts down just a little bit?
They are bright.
Well hit to deep left. Home run over the left field wall. Guess who hit it? Cheyenne Barron. She can take her own pace around the bases this time.
Well, this is the more traditional type of home run than what she hit in the quarterfinal game. This one, she goes down about calf high, knee high, able to get out in front and power it out. That was about belt high. And puts a good swing on it, muscles through it, knocks it out of the park.
Guess what number at bat that was for Clarksville? For Barron's. It's the second time through the lineup. Kind of like what you've been talking about, Laura. Sometimes that second time through, even if you've seen somebody, gives you, no matter what the result was the first time, gives you confidence the second time. And like we saw in the 3A championship game earlier today, one pitch was the difference. As Albia's Jenna Lawrence hit a home run, and that was the only tally that Williamsburg gave up.
Well, she's definitely having a good tournament here in 2020. Last year, she was on the all-tournament team, and she was 7 for 10 in those 3 games. So she swung a hot bat a year ago, continuing that here in this tournament to give Clarksville the 1-run lead. That was a shot.
Janet Borchert up in the count, 2 balls and a strike. Corey Wedeking on deck. Swinging and missing is Borchert. I said, is it Borchert? 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 And she says, anything. I've been called everything.
I know, we like to get it right, but I like the fact that some players just go, yeah, you know what, if you're close enough, if it's a tough name, if you're close enough, I'm good with it.
Strikeout for Hogue, 5th of the game. 1 out in the 4th, brings up the pitcher. Popped up on the right side to second the last time she was in the box. Go ahead.
Oh, in the game earlier this year, Collins Maxwell won that. We talked about that. 2-1 in 8 innings. And they had 5 hits in that ball game. They had 5 stolen bases. And Hogue had 10 strikeouts in that ball game. So kind of expect that type of game to unfold here. You have to know that it's going to be close, that both these pitchers are going to get their strikeouts. The one thing for Collins Maxwell, they have not been able to get their leadoff hitter on in Alexis Hogue to start putting the pressure on the bases.
Michaela looks to the dugout, checks the wrist. I'm going to guess up and out, or down and out. But that's where they'd gone with the first two. The comebacker over to first. They've been going in the zone, and then they got her to look down.
And both of these pitchers are fielding their position very well. They are ready. As soon as they let go of that ball, they get themselves in good fielding position, and we've seen several comebackers right up through the middle, and the pitchers have been able to glove them.
The catcher, Ainsley Lauren, bats. One of 5 seniors in this starting lineup. And every once in a while, you'll catch Hogue. She'll look and she'll give some type of eye contact. Like a couple of pitches ago, she tapped herself saying, that was on me, I missed. And there she was, you know, kind of indicating, I think it should go up. I mean, there's that back and forth. When you have that the communication can sometimes be pretty darn good. Some families, it's not. Popped up. Hogue is going to grab it, but it's Erica in front of the dugout for the third out. One hit, though, looms large. Back underneath the bleachers here at Harlan Rogers Diamond One. I'm Paul Yeager. That's Laura Leonard. She's resorted to the sweatshirt.
Got a little chilly out here. You have to be able to have a little warmth, but it's a beautiful night, and what a great way to end this 2020 softball tournament. In a game like this, it is going to be very close all the way through.
And so far, good pitching, but it could just be one pitch that makes the difference.
We saw that in an earlier game, in the first game of the day, where it was just one pitch. We saw that again. Home run. Can Clarksville make that stand up for the rest of the game?
We've got our own lights, got our own cameras, we've got our own tables. We've got some distance.
It's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Have a little to put all our stuff on.
Yeah, because I usually have a whole lot of stuff.
You have more stuff than I do usually.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, a few too many pieces of paper. You think I will say, I've boiled some things down. I'm learning on the go what to keep, what not, what's important. And I'll tell you, these games, you haven't had to really work at figuring things to talk about because we've had such good games. That Albia Williamsburg game 1, that one went pretty quick. The second game was blink in that second inning, 4 runs for Ogden, and then we got to see the all-tournament captain of Class 2A, Denali Lecker, launch one towards the parking lot, and we've seen Cheyenne Barons in this game hit a home run. 1-1-0 for Clarksville, 0-2-0 for Collins Maxwell. That's Wedeking. Off speed, hit softly towards second. It's a race fielded by Poppy. She wins to take Michaela Hogue out. 3-U.
That could have been a little bit of trouble, but Poppy commits to fielding that ball and then putting it in her glove and winning the foot race over to first base.
Just say it, Laura. You know you want to. Poppy with the hoppy. That's what I really think you wanted to say.
Poppy with a little hoppy in her step.
Yeah.
Got to the base.
Reagan Franzen. Off speed, hit again towards short where she went last inning. That pitch, Barron's arm, Laura. Not only is it her glove, but man, that ball gets across the diamond in a hurry.
She makes good decisions out there at short, when to charge, when to stay back. but she does have the strong arm. She has good range. This time just charges it, stayed down on it, fields it real cleanly, has those great hands, those good hands, soft hands to bring the ball in.
Ella Kaler doubled in her last at-bat. Ella and her sister Emma. Talked about the Hogue sisters. Clarksville has some sisters, more common in 1A. Fun to see. So let me tell you about their great aunt and their grandparent. No, I'm just
I was settling in for a really good story.
Oh, for me? Was somebody else here? It wasn't coming from me.
I was settling in, waiting for a good story.
Kaler out on strikes. Collins Maxwell goes 1, 2, 3 in the 4th. And we're going to go to the 5th in a moment.
Get on the back.
AARP Iowa and Iowa PBS invite you to tune in to celebrate the fair.
Hey, guess what? I've got the key to the Iowa PBS archives room, and I'm gonna bust it wide open and show you almost 50 years of Iowa State Fair highlights. So plan to tune in August 10th through the 14th and relive the memories and the feel of that special State Fair excitement.
Hi, I'm Charity Nebbe. Are you ready for some State Fair fun at home? Record the kids telling a joke or sketch some art with sidewalk chalk. Try your hand at butter sculpting, decorating an ugly cake, or crafting a decorative face mask. You can even show us your pet's greatest tricks or write a State Fair poem. Try one or try them all. Visit iowapbs.org/fair for details.
Emma Poppy to battle here at the plate. Emma Poppy, her sister, tweeted back earlier this spring, you better have, hey IGHSAU, you better have softball this year, because I want Emma to rock it. Now, Emma's sister is someone named Maddie Poppy. She has a few followers, maybe the American Idol, and a strong supporter of her sister. And, you know, Emma gets asked that question a lot, and she's just, you know, that's my sister, and I move on. She's her own person, and, you know, love, respect everything that Maddie's done, but, you know, Emma's her own, and we talk about the accomplishments of Emma on the field, but you know that her family and her sister very supportive, because like many family members, they wanted to see their sisters or aunts or cousins get a chance to play softball this year.
Well, and Maddie is here somewhere in the crowd. She was here. I saw her in the semifinal game, and just very supportive. And I can't remember if it was a tweet or if it was on Facebook, but after they won the regional final, she posed with her sister holding the banner, because she said, I never picked up a sport in my entire life. I just wanted to hold the banner once. And so had a nice little photo shoot with her sister after that game, and here supporting this Clarksville team.
Chloe Ross to dig in now with one away in the 5th. Ross struck out in the 2nd. Hogue has just been really hitting a lot of spots. You know, Newman Catholic is who Collins Maxwell played in the opener, and I'd seen Hogue play. I'd seen the highlights, you know, watched last year's title game and watched them play here, and you knew she was good, and I was kind of thinking, man, Newman, I know Newman can hit the ball. And, you know, when I asked her dad, I said, well, what'd you think of Michaela? He says, no, she just missed spots today. And if that happens, and it's a finite feel and twist and spin that makes the difference. A great looking pitch. I tell you, Michaela's on right now. Strikes out the first 2 of the inning as Ross is down, and that'll bring up Rachel Borchert.
I mean, it is a fine line. Now, if you're hitting that spot and freezing the hitter right at the knees, you're on. If you miss it by an inch and it's up in the zone enough that you can get the barrel of the bat through the zone and drive it, then you're off.
Borchert, the designated player. She was one of the strikeouts. She was the second strikeout. Michaela has 7 of them. Gets her hands extended. As you said, Laura, go where the pitch is.
And that's what you have to do, and you have to be able to pick up the ball right off of the release and adjust. And if the ball's on the outside corner, get that plate coverage and take it to right field. Don't try to pull it, because you'll pop it straight up.
That's what the pitcher wants you to do.
That's exactly what the pitcher wants you to do.
Popped up again, a little closer to home. That one was a trick shot. It landed here and then rolled to the right side, and Gene Berger got it. Executive director of the Iowa Girls High School Athletic. And you know, she told me this week, I said, so, how have the phone calls been? She said, we've gotten them, asking about, you know, distancing and spacing. I saw on the news all week you've been, you know, people are crowded all over. And she says, well, we've only been doing this one day. And it wasn't somebody from Iowa, it was somebody from out of state. So she knows other states have been watching what's been going on here in Iowa. Strike 3 on the outside corner. Rachel Borchert is down. That's number 8 as Hogue strikes out the side. You know, so these crowds, as we mentioned, there's a couple of masks around the necks, and these are the people that are together quite a lot. And Collins Maxwell in their light blue shirts, and their fans, Laura, had wanted to come to Midnight Madness to start the year when they started practice at midnight, but the coaches had to say, so you got to stay home if you want to get to the state title game. And these fans have, you know, we talk about crowd side over the years, you know, having good crowds, and given the situation, yes, the crowds have been good.
I think, you know what, high fives to the girls' union for taking the chance to be able to put on a season, and the boys' union to be able to put on baseball and softball here in the state of Iowa. And yes, we've lost some teams to testing positive and have had to drop out and had their season cut short. And but to be able to get through it, hold 2 state tournaments, and we have not heard anything come out of this. And I'm sure it's early. We may hear something next week that there's going to be positive tests, and maybe not. We're outside, we're trying to distance, everybody's trying to do the right thing, but you know what, congratulations to Gene Berger and the union and the boys union for taking a chance and doing this and allowing these players, and especially the seniors, to have a season.
Braylon Tankersley swings and misses. And, you know, ask those teams that ducked out with the positive. That pitch is fouled back into the net. You just never know. If there's ever a lesson for life right now, Laura, you have to make every day count, because you never know when a game might be your last game.
Right.
Because somebody could have tested positive and the next day you were done.
Yeah.
Swing and a miss. Tankersley out. 3rd strikeout for Wedeking. First out here in the 5th. That'll bring in Olivia Pasquarello. Her name sounds Italian because she is. In fact, she's a cook and a delivery person. The family made a lasagna, and she took it over to Michaela Hogue before the semifinal game. Why did you do that, Olivia? I was bored.
Well, she's more the delivery person and not so much the cook.
Yeah.
I think it's her dad that's the lasagna chef. and she's just the delivery person.
I said, what's in it? What's in the lasagna? You would have thought I asked her, what's on the moon? Noodles, sauce, cheese, ask a dumb question, and I deserve that. Because I was curious, was it like a special recipe? Was it, I always do this for this game? You just never know the quirky traditions that teams have.
Probably a secret family recipe, and then she couldn't divulge the ingredients.
I can tell you.
It's been sworn to secrecy.
Yeah.
I don't know. Michaela Hogue thinks it's pretty good, so she wasn't complaining.
That's a called strike from home plate umpire Arnie Kruko. Ross Hemsley's at first. Steve Ebert is at third. Olivia Pasquarello is at the plate. She's ahead in the count. 3 balls and a strike. Corey Wedeking breathes, winds, fires. Ground ball back to Wedeking. Over to Poppy for the second out. So here's an adjustment, though, Laura, to the distancing thing. When the teams come together in the circle, we just saw Clarksville do it. It used to be you all touched 5 or, you made physical contact. I've enjoyed watching the air 5s or elbows that they've done. It's caused a new wrinkle in creativity.
Again, they've come up with something different. Can't do this? Okay, how do we make it fun and have the same kind of atmosphere and camaraderie that we've had in the past by doing the high fives or whatever we do in the circle?
Erica Hogue hits it on the nose right at Cheyenne Behrens for the 3rd out of the 5th. As Clarksville huddles up and talks about their lead, let's show you how they got their lead. Cheyenne Behrens, touch 'em all. And the air 5 from Coach.
There was an air 5 there on the way around.
And the rest of the highlights could just be strikeouts, because that's what it has been. 1-1-0 for Clarksville, 0-2-0 for Collins Maxwell as we already proceed to the 6th inning for Clarksville. It'll be Jenna Myers, Kaylin Hardy, and Cheyenne Behrens. Hard to beat a team. You talk about it in basketball 3 times in a season. It's hard to beat a team 5 times in a row.
It is. It is. I think the odds are against you. I don't care how good you are, the odds are against you to sweep that and have a huge winning streak over another team. Somewhere along the line, you're going to lose one. And these 2 teams are so evenly matched that I'm surprised there is a winning streak that Collins Maxwell has built over this Clarksville team. You would kind of figure it'd be back and forth, but Collins Maxwell has had the upper hand over the last few years.
First pitch to Jenna Myers is a strike. And sometimes when you ask that question, what's it mean for this time or this time? And they're like, doesn't matter. I wasn't on the team 2 years ago. These are so many of the same players for both of these squads.
Well, they know each other very well. And I think they were kind of hoping that it would get to this point and they would meet up for a state championship again. And it has happened, and we're seeing a good one.
Swing and a miss on the pinch hitter. This is Mackenzie Bloker getting a bat. Bloker is a junior. Swings and misses. So Bloker was batting for Myers, and that'll be Kaylin Hardy's turn to now bat. Now, just because Clarksville has the lead, Laura, they also had the lead last year in the title game until the 6th. Bunt is down. Hogue fields the throw to first in time.
Boy, was that close. Hardy hustles down the line, and Hogue does a great job of hopping out of the circle and getting there and making the throw and catch, or the throw, fields the ball and the throw all in one motion. Didn't set herself, but just fielded that ball and came up firing across to first base.
Behrens to bat, swings at the one that was bounced. Mission accomplished for Michaela Hogue. She knew Behrens was going to be excited.
You can see, she knows. She got a little smile on her face, staring out there at Hogue and saying, okay, let's go after it again.
Challenge me. And she does, and Behrens delivers again. Back-to-back home runs for Cheyenne Behrens at bats.
Unbelievable. After that first pitch in the dirt, she waves over the top of it, collects herself, collects her thoughts, takes a look out to the circle, looks at Hogue and says, challenge me again. And Hogue did. And Behrens was up for the challenge, launches another one. Look at the excitement on her face.
I don't believe, no, I do believe what I just saw. You just knew one was going to challenge the other. So now Behrens will go in and tie a record for home runs in a tournament with 3, joining Amy Russell, Ashley Sykard, and Carly Welter. All done recently here. Home runs individual game. She's also tied several players with 2. And there's a base hit into center for Janet Borchert. And now Clarksville kind of knocking.
Saw this in the semifinal game where late in the ball game they started stringing the hits together and able to pull away in that game.
Well, the pitcher, Corey Wedeking, she'd probably like to help herself a little bit.
Ball.
First pitch ball from Hogue. This is where Michaela's going to have to figure out 2 runs is all I can give up. This is too tight of a game.
Ball.
Yeah, this is where she needs to refocus, zero in, put that home run behind her. 2 runs is not a lot to overcome. They do have the bats in their lineup that can do it. They can string hits together as well.
And there's a well-hit ball to left, but it's going to be a little too much underneath it, and Wedeking is out on the deep fly, but not before Clarksville adds another via the same as the other. At the bottom of the 6th with a 2-0 lead on the 2 home runs by Cheyenne Behrens give the Indians the advantage.
Okra is a staple of Southern cuisine, used in stews, barbecues, and sometimes it's the star of the show. I'm Charity Nebbe. On the next Iowa Ingredient, we'll visit an Iowa vegetable farm to see how okra is grown. Then Chef Lynn Pritchard will stop by the kitchen to share a few delicious recipes using okra. All that and more on the next Iowa Ingredient.
Saturday morning at 11:30 on Iowa PBS.
Coming up on a special edition of Iowa Press, we dive into the legacy of the Americans with Disabilities Act. 30 years after passage, what does the ADA mean today? And what policies may impact the disability community as they look to the future? We'll discuss this on this special edition of Iowa Press.
Sunday at noon on Iowa PBS.
Well, the faithful in the blue, light blue and white, hoping for similar results as before. 2018 against AGWSR was a 1-0 walk-off single. Then last year, it was a come from behind, 2 runs in the bottom of the 6th. We go to the bottom of the 6th. How fitting. Thank you, Chris Andringa. Thank you for watching on Iowa PBS as we bring you live, commercial-free, uninterrupted, play-by-play, all 99 counties across Iowa and across the World Wide Web. As the pitch to Trinity Stover is a called strike, and it's even up at a ball and a strike. All 99, and we've seen people from a lot of those counties this week. Those that have moved away are looking for some live sports, and they might be watching, so we're glad to have you here. And if you're following along on social media, you can always tag us and say where you're watching from. I'm sure they would love to hear where you're doing that. You can always give us that follow on Facebook or Twitter. Foul ball just off the reach of Hardy. And this crew here in Fort Dodge this week, Laura, they've brought you, this is game 5 of championships. Cameras all over. The truck has been working hard as they try to distance. They've moved a couple of people out and tried to spread out and try to make sure that we bring this game to you as that pitch sails out of the zone. Right, you got to get these one hit at a time, right?
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Got to get a runner.
If you're Collins Maxwell, you got to be patient. I know you're 6th inning, but you've got to have base runners, and you got to be smart about every at bat.
You heard Coach Wedeking say it's early in the game. Well, it's not early now. You're down to your last 6 outs if you're Collins Maxwell.
And Stover doing a great job. They feel like she's always had a good eye at the plate. She walks a fair amount, turns that lineup over, and she has speed, so they have speed at the bottom and at the top of the lineup. So this is a key moment. If she can get on, that brings up the top of the order in Alexis Hogue, and that's 2 speedsters potentially on the base paths.
Yeah, Stover, A, you're batting from the left side. B, you're trying to slap at it, so you've got that 1-2 advantage to get down the line. Let's see what she does on the 3-2 pitch. Punches it to third, over to first. Hardy to Poppy, out 1.
Punched it down the third base line, and Hardy had it played perfectly. She was standing with almost 1 foot on the chalk line. She was not going to let anything get by her down the line.
8 of the 16 outs have come via the ground ball. Some pitchers do it with strikeouts, some pitch to contact, let them put it in play, let your defense work.
I think the defense has done a really nice job here this evening, and keeping the ball on the ground. They're doing a great job of keeping their head down and fielding the ball.
Alexis Hogue, she's gonna be on base. My goodness. I blinked and she was there.
Yeah, did you see how fast she got down the line? And that was a perfect bunt. Just deadened the ball, and nobody could get to it quick enough. And when Hardy did get to it, she just picked it up and put it back in the circle into Wedeking's hand.
We need 2, so we gotta be smart. Because we need 2, so we gotta be smart here. So you can only go if you got it here, okay? You gotta look at what you can get through here. If you can if they stay back a little bit, you can get a bunt down a line here to get yourself on, do that. But otherwise, I just need you to get something that gets you on here as well. So we get 2 on when we get her up here, okay? So you can do your slug bunt, you can do a slug, anything there, but something that's going to get you on as well, okay? What you feel, and then you got to just read.
Is she going the first one?
You can go if you want, but if you have it, go ahead. But if you don't have it, okay, remember, we're down by 2, so we got to be smart, so, okay? Here we go.
Trey Hogue mic'd up as we listen in on the coaches, and always a good part to gain a little bit of insight, understand the situation, and thanks for allowing us to listen in there. And Coach Hogue had said he missed being in the dorms too, because he liked to go back after the championship and go back and watch the games at 4 in the morning. First pitch thrown into center field, and here comes the throw to third. This is going to be safe. Throw beater, but Hogue was able to get under it. The throw into center, missed second base completely, but Borchert threw And the home plate umpire had rotated down, and Arnie Kruko had called that one pretty early. We've got another conference.
Again, anything you do, you got to see where they're playing you here, okay? Like I said, a slug might be good right here if you have it to get yourself on as well. But again, see where they're playing. If they're up and if they're back enough and you can get a bunt on a line that you can beat out, do that. It's got to be something to get you on as well here, okay? At least get the run in here and give us something to go with.
Can I see the slug?
What?
If they're both in the lines, can I see slug?
Yeah, slug if you want to. Yeah, just something that you can, I just need something where you can line it through and hard. If they're in, then do that, okay? Here we go.
You want to talk about a slide, Laura? Look at this slide.
Getting down low, getting that foot in right before the tag. The tag was up on the back leg on the knee. That front leg gets in before the tag was put on. And you kind of knew, at least I felt, when Coach Hogue said, you got to read her, you've got to make your own decision. I knew that Alexis Hogue was going to go. She was going to go on that first pitch no matter what, and she made things happen. She took a chance, and the throw went a little high. Almost ran herself out of that inning by getting thrown out at third, but a great slide over there.
Emma Kaler's looking to slug here. Swings and misses. The ball gets by Lauren, but not enough.
Come on, 2 strikes.
Kaler knows the pitches. She knows what to look for. She's got that great eye. Let's see what the eye tells her now.
Ball.
It said take. That ball was headed up. Again, Clarksville pitching high. Because if you're going to bunt it, you're going to put it in the air. Coach calls Kaler unselfish because so many times she's sacrificed. That pitch is high. 3-2.
And just taking a look at the defense, already really in at third base. Everybody else at normal depth.
Swung on and missed, strike 3, right on through. Huge strikeout for Corey Wedeking.
She'd gone up, and then right down the middle on the inside part of the plate.
You have to pitch to Hogue here because you can't put the tying run on base, can you?
I think you have to be very careful.
They'll go right after her on the first pitch strike. They don't think she's going to be bunting. Michaela will be swinging away. Coach calls her the best power hitter we have. She's a danger when they want to pitch to her. Wedeking challenges her. And now she's ahead 0-2. And the other thing you have to think of, this is the heart of the Collins-Maxwell order, Laura.
Yeah, you're sitting at the number 3 in the lineup. And she's looking to keep this inning going.
Pops it up or fouls it back again.
She's just lagging behind a little bit, cannot catch up to that rise ball.
She gonna throw her a third rise ball at 0-2. And she does. Strikes out Michaela Hogue. 5th strikeout of the game. 3rd out of the 6th. You gotta come back. The 7th inning when we return.
On Masterpiece Mystery. No matter how many cases you solve, or bad people you put away, there's always another one standing right behind them.
Why do it if you hate it so much?
Because the dead deserve justice.
We have to face the facts, Thursday. We got it wrong.
If you want to catch him, then you need me.
Who do you think you're talking to? Some things are unforgivable.
I can't save you.
Then no one can.
New season of Endeavor on Masterpiece Mystery.
Coming to Iowa PBS August 9th.
I, Harry Weiland, was a wet behind the ears 22-year-old Brooklyn film student back in 1968. when the then 36-year-old Johnny Cash agreed to let me chronicle 8 months of his life at home and on the road. Johnny Cash and Me allows Johnny to tell his own story through his actions, his words, and more importantly, through his music.
Coming to Iowa PBS August 21st.
Feeling pretty loose in the Clarksville dugout. Little different look from Collins Maxwell.
A little tension over there in that dugout. The tale of two teams in this ball game.
Lauren, Poppy, and Ross due up for Clarksville. First pitch is a strike to Ainsley Lauren. She's 0 for 2, flied out in her last appearance.
She hit a home run in the regular season game against Collins Maxwell in that 2-1 loss.
Swung on and fouled and pulled into the playground area. Got around on that one.
Yeah, had a rip at it. Spoiled that pitch.
Sit and change.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
She's locked in. The 1-2.
Boy, good call. You called the off speed, and they did. She didn't bite on it.
These hitters, I mean, they study film, tendencies. They look at what they can, what likely's coming. I think that one, I think Hogue got away with one there.
Yeah, I think Lovren just turned on it. That ball had a good chunk of the plate. She was just a little too quick.
She wants a different ball.
You know, there could be some moisture out there in the grass. And I think maybe that's why they're going to switch the ball out.
Defensive team provides the softballs. It's been kind of fun to see the big orange buckets hauling in these specially marked Union softballs. They've got a nice Union logo on them.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
The 2-2 bounces to Lauren, and the count is full. Emma Poppy on deck.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
Top of the 7th. Clarksville looking to extend their 2-0 lead. And that's a called third strike.
A little bit of a delayed call. Let's take a look at it. That ball's right knee high. And the umpire rings her up.
First pitch to Poppy is low. Poppy 0 for 2. She's going to play basketball at Buena Vista. She was part of the 5 straight hits against Lisbon. Comebacker to Hogue. The throw over to first. To Tankersley. And there's 2 away in the Clarksville 7th. Due up for Collins Maxwell, Franzen, Kaler, Tankersley. That's 4, 5, and 6. That's a pretty good part of the order, too. So it will not be easy for Clarksville. Chloe Ross, first pitch strike.
Getting that call in the lower part of the zone. I think they might continue to stay there. Franzen doing a good job of handling Hogue.
Popped up and drifting out of play. You have to take it. No, it has to go to the home team. No, it has to go to that one.
No, here, you get rid. I don't want it. Hot potato. It's a hot potato.
It is.
Is that Jean Berger again?
No, that's Kath.
Oh, that's Kathy Creighton.
Kathy Creighton,
yeah.
the supervisor of umpires.
You know, Franson's doing a good job behind the plate. She made that transition. She was third baseman a year ago and made that transition to behind the plate and doing a good job of catching Hogue.
The 11th strikeout of the game sets up Collins Maxwell. They're going to have 2 to tie the bottom of the 7th in a moment. You're watching Iowa PBS Sports.
George Bush took office at the beginning of 3 years of nonstop foreign policy crises.
Things were moving so fast on the ground.
That's a way to do it if you're going to do it right.
The liberation of Eastern Europe and the reunification of Germany, victory in the Cold War, the collapse of the Soviet Union. You talk about closure.
Tuesday evening at 9 on Iowa PBS.
This month in Passport, your on-demand library of the best of PBS.
Great private detectives.
Still the same old Frankie. Staying out of trouble?
Well, where's the fun in that?
George Bush hardly had a chance. Almost out of the gate, he's hit with 9/11.
Our team of spy creatures reveal the astonishing variety of life across the globe.
These and other shows are available with Passport. Become a member of this PBS station. Sign in and start streaming today.
We had a 1-0 game, and now we have a 2-0 game. Bottom of the 7th, it's do or die time. Now or never for Collins Maxwell, Regan Franzen, Ella Kaler, Braylon Tankersley due up for the Spartans, the 2-time defending champions in Class 1A. First pitch from Corey Wedeking is a strike.
Well, you're thinking base runner at this point. Get on any way that you can.
That's another strike. The Spartans started practice as early as was allowed by the law at midnight. The team gathered. The parents stood to the side waiting to give them a ride home. They couldn't watch practice. They're watching them here in this championship game. Wedeking's pitch is high at 0-2. It'll be 1-2 now.
Kind of started out as a joke.
Yeah.
Because coach asked them when do they want to practice, and not knowing everybody's schedules, and he said, what do you want to go, 2, 3, 4 in the morning? What do you want to do? And he finally said, what if we went at midnight? And the kids kind of thought that was a great idea, and it grew from there, and they did a midnight madness practice.
6th strikeout for Wedeking. And he said it was all business from the get-go. This was a team that knew what they wanted to accomplish. And they wanted that three-peat. Chad, your monitor's okay. It'll be fine. It's not cracked. Still works. We're right behind home, Laura. You can see the plate. You're taller. Yeah. Called strike to Kaler. She doubled in the 2nd. Wedeking's only given up 3 hits. One of them was to Kaler.
3 hits for both of these teams. For Clarksville, 2 of them are home runs and belong to Cheyenne Barons.
Ground ball to Hardy, over to first. There's 2 away in the 7th.
Looks like Poppy might have gotten stepped on over there at first. As Kaler was trying to hustle down the line, she's trying to stretch things out. I think she's going to be okay.
Tankersley, the last hope for the Spartans, fouls the first pitch down the line as we approach 9 o'clock on Friday night, July the 31st, 2020. Great day of softball, great championship games all around. This one, like the others, as the sun sets in the western skies, Wedeking winds and fires.
Ball.
High, ball 1. Tankersley 0 for 2, trying to just keep the line moving. Wedeking dialed in, heaves, ground ball foul. Collins Maxwell's down to their last strike.
As a hitter, you just need to relax.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Choke up, shorten up the swing a little bit, just put it in play. Try to get that base hit.
High. And boy, Tankersley thought about it.
Boy, great job of holding up.
No emotion there from Coach Wedeking.
And as a pitcher, you just want to make the perfect pitch right here and get the strikeout in the ball game.
The 2-2 swung out and missed. It's a state championship for Clarksville. 5th time's the charm, and the Indians have claimed the 1A crown in 2020. It went up the ladder to Tankersley, that rise ball, and then they busted out of the dugout. And this team can dance, and they're going to dance tonight.
That never gets old, watching that celebration.
We're going to find out now who's on the all-tournament team. I have a guess on a couple of players.
Yeah, I do too. I have a guess on who might be captain.
I do too.
Clarksville, Ainsley Lovren. From Collins Maxwell, Alexis Hogue. From Newman Catholic, Haley Werman. From Linville Sully, Mallory Loftus. From Linville Sully, Corinne Jensen. From Lisbon, Peyton Robinson. From Clarksville, Janet Borchert. From Collins Maxwell, Reagan Franzen. From Clarksville, Corey Wedeking. From Collins Maxwell, Michaela Hogue. And your Class 1A All-Tournament Team Captain, from Clarksville, Cheyenne Behrens.
I'm not sure if you would have said Cheyenne Behrens was going to be the all-tournament captain coming into this tournament. I would have believed you. But we have a non-pitcher as the captain of the team. When you hit 2 home runs in the championship game, it's the only 2 runs of the game. You earned your spot.
Absolutely. Well-deserved in a well-played game. She added another home run in the quarterfinals as well, and inside the park variety. So quite a tournament for Behrens. And Wedeking was tough. 7 innings pitched, only 3 hits. No walks with 7 strikeouts. 80 pitches. Very efficient in the circle for Wedeking. Of those 80, 54 strikes. She was in and around the zone all night long.
A lot of balls put into play, kept the defense in it, and kept the Spartans off balance.
In addition to receiving medallions, every participating player will receive a commemorative softball provided by Iowa Farm Bureau, title sponsor of the Girls Athletic Union. Presenting awards are members of the IGH-SAU Board of Directors, Travis Fleshler, Roger Francis, and Ron Fodness. Congratulations to the runners-up in Class 1A, head coach Troy Hogue and the Collins Maxwell Spartans on an outstanding 2020 softball season. And presenting your 2020 Class 1A State Softball Champions, head coach Katie Wedeking and the Indians from Clarksville.
It was the third title game for Clarksville. They were runners-up in 17 and 19. They're champions here in 20. Their only loss of the season, they wipe out against Collins Maxwell here in the title game. Coach Hogue told us earlier this week, Laura, if Clarksville wins, hats off to them. They deserved it. He said if both teams are on their game, look out, and he was right.
He was right. He predicted it, and it was every bit what we thought it was going to be. It was a pitcher's duel. Got a couple of key hits for Clarksville to give them their runs. You can see them hoisting that state tournament trophy. Finally got the champions trophy and not the runner-up trophy, and this was a really well-played game, as were the other two before them.
4 of the 5 champions in 2020 all won it for the first time. Kennedy in 5A, Albia in 3A, Ogden in 2A, Clarksville in 1A. Winterset was the only veteran with 3. Thank you so very much for making us a part of this historic state softball tournament. We got to play softball, and it was darn good. Thank you so very much for watching. Great job by this crew. We appreciate you watching. Good night, and we'll see you, hopefully, in volleyball. Good night.
Funding provided by Fairway Meat and Grocery is a proud sponsor of the Iowa Girls State Softball Championships. Fairway believes in supporting the places Iowans learn, work, live, and play. Congratulations to all the schools and student athletes in this year's games. By Musco Lighting, the sports lighting specialists, providing lighting systems for you, your project, and your community.